night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind, coming from 250 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station. I'm up here with my good friend and co-pilot, Something Wong. I've got a couple of people backstage to come up here with us as well. Wow, we're going to be doing a review on a debate, if you want to call it that, between Nathan Thompson and Will Duffy. Modern day debate, billed it as possibly the last flat earth debate on modern day debates, and I would say rightfully so. Judging by what I've seen so far, I want to welcome up to the panel. We've got Stinky Cash here with us tonight, and we've got Chicago Cubby Bear. How you fellas doing tonight?
Good.
We're going to be joined by, and you're muted, Cash, and we're going to be joined, I believe, here in a little bit by Ironworks will be up here with us as well, so this ought to be some fun.
Nice.
Did either of you catch any of the debate at all?
No, I was cooking dinner.
No, I was not aware of the debate until you told me about it.
Yeah, it didn't last very long. In fact, I'm looking at, I think it's over now. I mean, it was just, they were just finishing up Q&A before I came on. And boy, talk about having the audience stacked. I think a lot of flat earthers have decided to tell modern day debate to just go suck one.
That place is a globe. That place is just for globers. That's all it is. They don't have a neutral platform.
No, they don't. And, you know, I had the best debate format, that one that I set up. I come up with that and had Jaron work it, and it worked great because it took away their primary tool, which is interruption. As soon as you start to set up a point, before you can get to the point, they'd interrupt you, especially Craig or Toon. They interrupt you before you can get to that and want to focus on some minutia that was involved in the setup for what you're about to explain. And that took that right out of the way. I couldn't believe it. The first time we used it, Craig used up his buzzers like in the first 10 minutes. You get 3 buzzers if you want to interrupt. And he used his up like in the first 10 minutes.
I remember that. That was a good format that you came up with.
And they won't use that, though, because they know it destroys their whole thing. If you have to listen to it side by side logically without the interruption, without the ad homs and all the other, if your time's limited, you don't want to waste your time with a bunch of insults and ad homs and stupid shit. You want to be able to present your case. And that's what I was wanting to put out with that type of format. I don't know. Maybe we'll start doing it on here. Who knows? We're open for just about anything. But anyway, yeah, James was more of a dick than normal tonight, I think, too. Just the way you could tell that how biased he is. Just
he's a doctor now, right?
He's what?
Well, he's a doctor now, right?
Oh, that's right. He's got that level of indoctrination. He's up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's why I never gave these debate shows, any time of day. It just doesn't seem like a good way to spend your time.
Well, it's not. And what got me about it too was that you got Duffy, who I've talked to before a few times, and that guy's dumber than a bag of rocks when it comes to anything regarding either subject, globe or flat earth. He doesn't know anything. And so what he's hanging his hat on is something that doesn't even belong in the realm of science to begin with, and that's lights in the sky. These people try to pretend that that's something to do with science. It's not. The best you can do is observation and speculation. There's no way to scientifically prove any of your theories, to test them out. We can't get out of here, okay? We can't go there. We can't test these things, okay? So basically what we've got is no different than they were doing thousands of years ago, making up stories about the lights in the sky. Don't know that any of that is what's really going on. And so it's reliant on reaffirming the consequences type of an argument, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Correlation bias. This happened, so therefore this means that my theory is right. Taking the results of it to affirm your story as to why it happened. And
right, like the globe model was reverse engineered from the observations. So the observations don't then prove the globe. It's completely circular.
It is, and their whole thing relies on. You'll find that most of these pseudosciences do rely on a circular reasoning. They really do. Even like when you get into the archaeology, you ask them, you say, well, how do you know the age of that level? And they say, well, because of the artifacts that we find within that level. And then if you turn around and ask them, well, how do you know the age of the objects that you find? And they say, well, we know the age because of the level that we find them in. It's like, what?
That or they'll deflect, like you'll ask them for evidence and they'll deflect to something else. It's like, oh, my buddy did this or somebody else did that. And it's like, how does that prove it?
Yeah.
I always loved Kent Hovind's take on like carbon dating.
Oh my God.
And how it's like when they know the age of an item, it works. But when they don't know the age of an item, or I said that wrong, when they know the age of an item, carbon dating never works.
Right.
But when they don't know the age of an item, then it's assumed to work.
Absolutely. It's like, see, just as we predicted, it's like Craig likes to say, we see that the gases, like I had a backdrop. There's Ironworks. What's happening, Vlad?
What's going on, man? How's everything, y'all? Looking
What's
good.
up, player?
Good.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you,
During
man.
one debate with fucking Craig McNeil, I had like a photograph as my backdrop from like 120,000 feet. And he says, and you see, we can see that gravity is doing exactly as we predict. What? Hold hold up a minute, man. And if he ever pulls that shit on me again, I'm just going to say, well, can I see the mathematics? Can I see the predictions so that I can verify that they match with what is actually going on? Do you have that data?
Yeah.
You know, it's just like I thought it would. You know, we don't know that you thought it would at all. You're just saying that shit. Oh, it's just like it's predicted. Well, let's see those predictions. Let's see the mathematics, the equations and shit behind that at the different rates that gases fall.
Yeah, man.
What's going on?
We're chasing. I think we're chasing our tails with these guys. They could sense that we're like we've had enough of the debates. They've run out of steam. Because once we're gone, like they ain't got nothing.
Exactly.
Once we go missing, like those guys are like, now what do we do? Who are we gonna debate?
Right.
They don't have no more power left.
It's like a doctor that needs customers. You know. You fix cancer, and then what are you gonna do?
Right. Well, we're seeing that I think already with like Craig. He did a debate con. He debated secular humanism versus Christianity. And boy, talk about a duck out of water. Oh, Jesus criminally. This guy don't know the first thing about Christianity at all. He thinks Christians think that you should stone someone for a sin. And it's like, wait a second, who was it that stood there and said, let he who is without sin cast the first stone? The guy actually stopped a stoning. Come on, man. He's totally ignorant. He just goes by like Brenda talking points. You know, I've heard Brenda say that stupid shit on here too, you know, about, and he doesn't know shit about it either.
Yeah. Brenda's, nope. Yeah, I give her 5 minutes because I'm like, all right, let me be semi-nice. I give her 5 minutes and then I'm like 10, 9, 8, and she's just sitting there just yapping away. I was like, all right, Brenda, yo, happy Hanukkah, have a good one, peace. Bye. Click.
I don't get why he devotes so much time and attention to flat Earth if you dislike it so much. That's like all it is.
Yeah. Well, it's like I don't know if you caught Flatzoid's show today or not. There was this guy came on there, and now you know Flatzoid. He doesn't just put his link up like I do. You know, now I risk it. I'll put it up. Anybody can come up here, but you better believe I got my button is right on taking you on. Okay, so I get to know who you are or whatever. And he's got porn bombed a couple times, so he'll email you the link. You email him and ask for the link, and he'll send it to you. Okay. So this guy had to go through the trouble to email Flatzoid to get the link to come on the panel to ask us why were we wasting our time discussing it. And I'm like, wait a minute. Why did you waste your time going to a channel, going through the trouble of emailing the host, receiving a link, and clicking it to come up here to ask such a stupid ass question?
Yep.
It's like, you know how much time I spend watching content I don't like and don't agree with? Like zero.
Yeah,
exactly.
Name a flat earther that does that. Like
nobody. It doesn't even have to do with flat Earth.
Well, no, you're right.
Who was that bird that come on here the other night and said, you know, why are we watching a video? What are you doing and shit? And I'm like, I'm sorry. It was my format, you know,
not appealing enough to. Yeah, right.
The hell, you know, you got like all these channels on YouTube and everything, and you click mine and say, no, do this for me.
Yeah.
What?
Entertain me my way.
Yeah. Wow.
You gotta clap. Let's go. Yes, master. Yes, master. Don't hit me, please. Yeah, man.
But yeah, they did all right. They had up to 1,300 views so far on that debate, if indeed that's what we're going to call it. The chat was full of bots.
I was about to say who paid for the people to show up.
Yeah, man.
Chat was totally full of bots. It's not very long, really. I mean, you cut out Q&A, it didn't even last an hour. Because it's like Nathan kept saying, well, I don't get how the lights in the sky determine the condition of where you're standing. You know, that's a complete red herring. And that's all Duffy wants to talk about. But what I did, and I'll show you what I would have done there. He says, well, how do you explain how we saw a 24-hour sun? I would have said, motherfucker, I don't think you saw a 24-hour sun. I think you're a lying sack of shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, a lot of people have been coming on my channel asking for my opinion on the final experiment, and I have not publicly talked about it yet.
As soon as
I'm not convinced by what I saw. I'm just not convinced yet.
No, I'm not either. Look, what I said prior to this was this. We're going to be in the same boat we were in before they went on this. These are the first people in the world to ever go to Antarctica. They're not. This is not like they're the first people on Mars or some shit like that, okay? There's people go to Antarctica now for over a century. And what have we got? Conflicting eyewitness testimonials and questionable video. Now, what do we have after this? The same thing. 100% the same thing. Questionable video that I don't know if you guys saw. Rusted Soul put out a video where she ran some of that shit through forensic software, and a bunch of it came up, said it was AI manipulated, that it was CGI or manipulated photographs.
Yeah, you played that last stream, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Flatzoid, I think I heard.
On Flatzoid, yeah, I showed it on there. But yeah, I'm like, come on, man. You know, and so that's how I'd handle this thing. I don't even want to hear about your final excrement, okay, anymore, because it was a fucking lie. You guys are a bunch of shysters, a bunch of grifters, and you're trying to play people. And here's a big news flash for you, Will. They're still using the azimuthal equidistant map right now, today. Right now, they're still using it. They didn't stop because of your stupid little trip.
Yeah. They didn't get the reaction they wanted from us. They got something totally different, and they didn't know how to receive that. And then all those that were in place to do what they were supposed to do had to turn and do something different. And it's so unorganized, even how they go about distributing their nonsense. It's totally disorganized. At least when you're on the right path with the truth, like everybody's in line with the truth. There's no breaking away from the truth. But when you lie, it's like you got to huddle up. And then you got to figure out, all right, this is how you're going to do this. You stand right there, lie from that distance and say these things, and then I'm going to say this. But when you're telling the truth, like, it's an automatic agreement. Like, we get it. We understand. And so we all know how much we can contribute and how much we don't contribute, right? But we all have our spot. Those guys, they weren't expecting all that. And they weren't expecting, like, the real ones show up and make themselves known, and we're not changing. We're not, because of their results and their lack of, like, just proper way of making an I guess you could call it an experiment, or their observation, both of which were absolutely terrible. Like, we didn't go anywhere. Everybody in your chat, you probably got more people because of this whole TFE thing. Nobody went and said, you know what? That's some appealing evidence. I think I'm going to go to the globe. They got me convinced. No, the total opposite happened. Total opposite. Yeah. They didn't win anybody for their cause.
Well, go ahead.
Sorry, but even if they did see a 24-hour sun circling, how does that negate the laundry list of evidence that we have on everything else?
They just want to ignore it. That's what they just want to ignore.
Just focus on this one thing that can't be proven or disproven. Forget about everything else that we've observed and accomplished over the past 10 years, right?
Yeah.
All right, be like, okay, now combine that with the curvature. Show us that curvature, combine that with the curvature. Right. Maybe you'll have me to think somewhere else.
Yeah, how come the TFE didn't just show the curvature? Right?
Right. They're like, hey, since we're at the bottom of the world, there goes the curvature, y'all. Plain as day.
Yeah.
But
well, he flat out like rejected it. Like you know how when you give a little baby a spoonful of food and you don't like it, how they just kind of go, they push their face away, like they don't want that shit, right?
Trying to feed your dog a salad.
Yeah, when he was offered to be able to come up to go up there to Lucky Haskins on Lake Superior, perfect place to measure for curvature, right? Oh no, he rejected that like, you know, a vampire rejecting a crucifix. He was like, oh no, no, no.
So that was Lucky Haskins who offered him that plot. I think it was in Michigan or it was in Canada, right? That was him.
Michigan, up in the UP, up in the Upper Peninsula, right there on the Keweenaw Peninsula.
Yep.
Sticks right out into the lake, man. You can go north, east, or west, and you're going to hit water.
And he offers that piece of property for him to conduct those laser experiments or whatever he wants to do. He offers it all the time. Elderberry,
nice.
That's some good stuff.
I'm very sick.
So he offers it all the time, but like I haven't heard Duffy respond to that at all.
No, he declined it, I think.
Well, he started saying no, 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 no when I was talking to him, and I said, if you wanted to, he was on flatzoids, right? And I said, well, here's all you have to do: prove measurable convexity. And he says, well, how would you do that? I says, you could do that with a theodolite and a marker pole. All you have to do is pick an area, do it in 3 different places around the world, someplace. All you have to do is show measurable convexity consistent with the radius value given for the Earth, 360 degrees around a single point. You could do this on a frozen body of water. You could do this on the Bolivia salt flats. And if there's, 8 inches in 1 mile, that means that in a half a mile, there's a certain amount of curvature. That means that there should be that consistent deviation. 360 degrees. Oh boy, he rejected that before I could even get it out of my mouth. Instead, no, let's look at the sky and make up stories. And that's why I love when these duff sheds, they come in there and they say, well, we have a working model. No, you don't.
Yeah.
No, you do not.
And
the model, you have the same constellations year after year after year after year after year, no deviation in them. Okay, that's one. But the best part of it is, let's go right to your mainstay. Let's go to your founding stone. Okay, and that's Helios, which is impossible as described by you. Okay, there's no way that you're going to get a ball of gas in a handful or a truckload to be able to come together into a cohesive mass in order to form up into something without some form of containment. That is all. That's all. It's dead right there. So regardless of what your long distance observation and your misinterpretation of your eyesight is, you don't realize the impossibility of what you suggest to begin with. Gas containment without or gas pressure without containment, level water. I mean, like Cash said, the mountains of evidence that disprove the possibility of a globe. They disprove it completely.
You want to know something? I seriously think here in the next, if not the next few months, with how this administration is running things, or the next few years, I seriously I just have a bad feeling about this whole thing. And this is what I mean. Like, they're going to make us like public enemies number 1. Like, flat earth is going to be at the top of some list. I'm starting to like this, because for these guys to go out of their way and fight us the way they are, but we're not looking for them. We're not seeking, you understand what I'm saying? We're not going to the globe channels. We're not doing any of that. We're just discussing observations, basically what it is we see, other things that, hey, we just recognize this. This is another way that you could prove the flat earth. So really, or going out, doing experiments. Like, I just feel like these guys, I think I've told you before, somebody's going to go up, ruin a whole school, and then they're going to be like, oh, here's his manifesto that we got off of, Facebook, shut his Facebook page down and everything else. Turns out he was a flat earther. And then everything else, like something's going to happen. And then they're doing that. Plus they're trying to bring the ISS back down. Yeah. Because it's up there, right? They're trying to bring the ISS down. So much is out there that they're just trying to knock us off of our lane. I don't know, man. For these guys to be battling us the way they are like this, man, something just don't sit right with me.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to go from micro to the macro. In the micro, we've got the final experiment, which shot itself in the foot. Okay. regardless of them running around tooting their little horns and shit, read the room. Read the room. You shot yourself in the foot with that bullshit. Okay. What they were relying on was the sycophants. That's what they were relying upon. The Jaron worshipers, the Whitsitt worshipers, the Mark Sargent worshipers, right? These people that don't really have any independent thought of their own. They just joined a club.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And granted, there are some of those, but the majority, I don't believe, are that way. They're actually sentient, thinking human beings with a logical, rational mind. They can see the obvious gaslighting that goes along with the heliocentric belief.
You know why flat Earth is so dangerous? Because we have the foundational truths that we can now debunk all the lies on top of.
Yes.
So when Elon Musk is now partnered up with Trump and his Doge team is exposing lies, right? But they don't say a word about NASA. They don't say a word about space.
But
right?
did you, Stinky Cash, did you notice how those motherfuckers was like, oh, we're heading to NASA now. And then NASA's like, oh, look at that. A meteor is coming, guys.
Yeah.
And then I'm like,
trying to justify their existence, right?
Yeah. They're like, oh, we need to get ready for that meteor. And then they're like, and then we're going to cut some bodies. They're like, oh, look at that. There was a 1 in 1,000 chance. Now it's a 1 in 100 chance. And then they were like, yeah, we're going to cut 1,000 bodies probably tomorrow. They're like, it's a 1 in 32 chance in the last 10 minutes. And I'm like, really, motherfucker? Really? And then they're like, hey, you know what? We're actually not going to do these cuts on NASA. And then I swear, the news feeds like go in order, right? They're like, oh, by the way, we made a mistake. It's not a 1 in 32 chance. It's actually a 1 in 1,000 chance.
Yeah,
I'm like, look at that.
I forgot to carry the one.
Yeah, right.
No flat earther fell for Elon Musk.
I was doing long division, man, and it got messed up. My bad, dog.
Oh, fuck.
Like, none of us flat earthers got fooled by Elon Musk.
No.
None of us got fooled into taking the jab.
No.
Right? We have a foundational knowledge of truth. And now they can't get us.
Yep.
So we're their biggest enemy.
I've said for ages that this is the foundational cornerstone in the Jenga tower of deceit. You pull that tile and the whole fucking thing comes down.
Whole thing. Yep.
Yep.
That's a good one, though. That's a good one. The
so
Jenga
you start off by believing you're on a spinning globe. Everything else piled on top of that is just gonna be bullshit.
Yep.
Well, sure.
And then you can't, and then anything they try to add to it, it's like, listen. If you're not talking about that fundamental truth, everything that's coming out your mouth at this point is useless because I'm not going to believe it. You know what I'm saying? So all these things they're saying about these other countries doing this, doing that, I'm like, might as well be lies. Because
it's like a metaphor I use. It's like, those Sudoku puzzles.
Yeah,
that's the same one I use.
The 9x9 numbers. Well, let's say you start a brand new puzzle. Let's say you start a brand new puzzle and you fill in one of the blank boxes with a wrong number.
Just one. That's it.
Just the very first number you get wrong. Now you are going to complete that puzzle starting with that one error, and it's just going to lead you down error, and nothing will add up at the end.
That's right. Yeah. It's funny because I use the same exact analogy. And I've said, hey, as soon as you get that one, it's like a lie. And then you think you're going to complete the puzzle. You realize there's an inconsistency. And then you're trying to go back and correct it all. It's a waste.
And then you're off by 99.9%. And you need to invent dark matter.
And that's the thing is you can't guess in a Sudoku puzzle. When it comes to this stuff, it's basically the same thing. There's no guessing. It's either it is or it isn't. There's none of that in between.
Yeah, no gray space.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
these guys constantly coming out and trying to combat us, trying to turn us over to them. I think what it is it's demonstrating to whoever's trying to see this whole thing. Maybe we're being studied. I don't know, but we're so strong in our resolve of what this place isn't that we're growing in number. We're becoming dangerous. It's not a good look for them. And it makes us like a distinct group, so fucking
Mhm.
distinct that there's certain, just like you said, Stinky Cash, there's certain things that us in this community don't believe. And because of that, we're not going to go along just to get along. And that's dangerous to them. And so I think Will Duffy, going out there to do that, they're trying to help kind of identify at this point who's who, or who's part of the whole thing, who believes what it is that we believe.
Flat earthers have resolve.
Yeah, Duffy wasn't trying to debunk flat earth. He was trying to cast doubt. That's what Satan does. It's just about casting doubt and getting people to question, what they know deep in their heart.
That's what he started out as. That was his guise of starting out, but his mask slipped rather quickly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's a Jew.
Very evident as to what he was doing. Very evident as to that he already had the conviction of a globe Earth. He already had this. Okay. He came on trying to play like he was neutral with his little smiling Bob preacher routine and shit. And I'm sorry, baby, I can see right through those fuckers.
Yeah. And then when Roger went to go see his little church service, that dude wasn't even up there doing church.
Yeah.
Like, what's up, man? It's Sunday, dog. You should be at work right now. What's going on?
And
then
he's not real.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, man, this dude. So, and even so, like the first time I realized that was when we were interviewing him, Saab, and then you were asking him about, the beginning of the Bible, asking him about Genesis. What's the firmament? He was like, I think it's the crust of the earth.
Yeah.
He had no idea. He had no clue. At that point, I was like, what kind of pastor is this?
Exactly. When
you're an unbeliever from page 1.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Wouldn't you think like a real pastor? Wouldn't you think like a real pastor would open with like a prayer? Like, Heavenly Lord, even tonight in this debate, he'd open up with a prayer. No, any pastor I know would open with a prayer or to guide their health on their trip to TFE. Any pastor I know would be like, Heavenly Father, please guide our words through this debate. And I know we don't see eye to eye, but stuff like that, I'm not going to go into a whole spiel, but a real pastor would do something like that.
Hey,
that
man,
is very true.
That's right on the money. That's right. And then watch what happens. A couple of episodes from now, you're going to see Will Duffy be like, guys, before we start off, let's start off with a prayer. Heavenly Father, I would be like, oh my God.
Well, he probably, he watches everybody's channel. So, eventually it's like, hey, Duffy, if you're going to do it, just fake it a little better, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just waiting for it. He's going to copy. He's going to do it.
Well, I got his attention. I call it, what was that? Was that on, I think that was on Flatzoid. And I says, no, you listen to me, you little deceitful demon. I can see right through you.
Yeah, he quiet.
He just kind of I sit there and smile about it and shit. I was like,
he's a really weak excuse for a man. I mean,
he is.
It's just look at him.
Yeah,
he is indeed. Weak chinned. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, let's see what they got going here. Okay, brace yourselves. James comes on.
Hey, everybody. Tonight we're debating, did the final experiment end flat Earth? And we are starting right now with Will Duffy's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us. Will, the floor is all yours.
Oh, yeah, but don't forget to smile.
Okay, ready to go. Awesome. Our debate proposition is, did the final experiment end flat Earth? I will be defending the affirmative that yes, the final experiment of 2024 ended flat Earth. My opponent, Nathan Thompson, will be taking up the negative and attempting to argue that a flat Earth is possible despite the numerous observations and experiments we conducted while in Antarctica and
numerous experiments that you conducted. We've already gone over those. They
didn't perform any experiments. They made observation.
No, they had one Australian guy did a thing with some weights or something, but he didn't calibrate his scale either. There was that, but looking at the sky is not a fucking experiment. Okay. chasing ass after Lisbeth is not an experiment. Okay.
And they didn't log anything. They didn't hold any logs. And then you don't see like these guys did it. Yeah. I don't know.
But
Anytime I look at this thing,
I'm just going to go on record and say it straight out. Will Duffy is an asshole. He is. He's just an asshole.
And he's a crypto.
I second that.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. 100%. We got to.
Because guys, I've got it. I've got that Judar. I know.
There's his profile pic.
Yeah. Trust me.
Jubilee.
Anyway.
In Chile. I need to point out here that Nathan Thompson was told that since I am the creator of the final experiment, I'm only interested in debating TFE.
Stop.
And most importantly, our debate is over whether or not the final experiment has ended flat Earth, which means our debate has nothing to do with the globe or the globe model. Our debate proposition is not, did the final experiment prove the globe? No, it's did the final experiment end flat Earth?
What do you think? Did it end it?
No, but did you notice that he said, I am the creator?
Yeah.
Of course he did.
What a piece of shit.
Yeah.
He used the name of God. I am.
And he didn't open with a prayer.
Of the final experiment.
And he didn't, there we go. He didn't know that. So he's blaspheming. And he didn't know what it was.
He knows.
Shame on you.
I'm seeing that sneaking through again. I'm seeing it sneaking through.
Okay.
So I will be arguing that the final experiment trip and accompanying experiments and observations are not possible on a flat Earth, and therefore TFE has ended flat Earth.
No.
And it will be Nathan's role to argue that TFE's experiments and observations are possible on a flat stationary plane, and that flat Earth has survived. Now, if Nathan goes off topic and talks about the globe, I will hold up this globe to remind the audience that he is no longer debating the topic that we agreed to ahead of time. And I will bring the debate back to our agreed upon topic and refuse to allow him to deflect in this manner. If Nathan decides to keep evading our mutually agreed upon topic, that should send a very clear message to everyone watching that he is unable to reconcile TFE's observations and data with a flat Earth.
Hold up. We don't know that your observations were even legitimate. Okay. So there's where I would start with. Because you said you saw some shit. Oh, okay. That doesn't tell me anything. You claim you saw something. That doesn't mean that it actually happened because, well, we already know you're a liar. You've been caught in several lies up to the experiment itself, where how you came on to finding out about flat Earth, about who had talked to you about it, said it was some woman in his church. It wasn't. He was Bob Enyart's producer. Bob Enyart was an anti-flat earther talking about wanting to send a fucking flat earther up into orbit and shit. Come on. This guy's just a fucking lying piece of shit every which way the wind blows.
So are we thinking he's part of the intelligence community?
No, I don't think he's so much like a full-time. I think he's more of an asset than he is.
Yeah, right. Like the guy that they would use and kind of, nobody that's going to be showing up to work at a site or anything else like that.
No. He's an asset. No, I get that.
He's an asset. Definitely an asset. Oh, 100%. Yeah.
That's how a majority of the CIA works anyway.
Right. And so it's interesting. Saab, I don't know if you mentioned your what you theorized with the whole
USAID. Yeah, I'm going to say that. I'm going to put that out there.
Right.
Yeah.
Now that ASID, they found out that they were paying influencers, social media influencer, and even though they mentioned some foreign assets for that, I believe that they had them right here too, because we remember the Google CEO sitting in front of Congress telling about the different things they were doing to combat misinformation and dangerous conspiracy theories, right? Well, she didn't list everything.
No.
Part of that is paying influencers to come on and be flat earth haters, atheists, and things like that, things that would go against you. And if you don't think the government wants you to be an atheist, you better think again. Not so much an atheist, but change your allegiance as to who you think God is. When I was a kid, when the TV station, you only had 3 TV stations, and we had a Hershey bars. It was only a nickel. They were as big as a fucking Studebaker. You know, I know you. Oh, there's the old guy, right? Okay,
you said it first.
Yeah.
I'm proud of it. You see this right here? It says "Old Guys Rule." Okay, that's what my shirt says. Old Guys Rule. So they used to sign off the TV station at midnight. And then the guy would come on and say, "This ends another broadcast day at WXYZ TV Detroit. Have a pleasant evening and a wonderful tomorrow." And then they would come on with the national anthem and show the iconic scenes of America. And it was just playing the music. There was no singing, but the words were coming up across the bottom of the screen, the lyrics to the Star Spangled Banner.
Yeah, like a karaoke.
Yes. I mean, what are we supposed to do? Well, I'm about ready for bed. Are you ready to go? Well, hang on a second. We just national anthem come on. I guess we're supposed to stand up and sing. You know, I mean, really what
I think I think I know where you're going with this, but are you aware of the CIA subliminal programming throughout the world?
That's where I was going. That's where I was going, because now you can take that same footage right now and slow it way down. And in between the transition of the verses, you see phrases that say, government is God.
Obey, consume.
Obey, consume, just like you saw in They Live.
They Live, yeah.
And it's like they were really doing this shit. Now, at the time, too, back in those days, I can remember a good friend of my parents, well, she was pretty much a good friend of the whole family. Her brother worked for a subliminal company where they made tapes and they made the music for the stores. And like you could order these quit smoking tapes and things like that. And there was these subliminal messages within the music that was in there that people would pick up, and some people more susceptible than others. Incidentally, marijuana users seem to be less susceptible to the subliminals than
Yo, I just heard Jimmy Dore say that. You're the second person in an hour I've heard say that. Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Do you know Jimmy Dore? I really like
him.
I
like Jimmy Dore. Yeah.
And
he's a smart guy.
Yeah, and he quit smoking recently too, didn't he?
What's that?
He what?
He quit smoking recently too, didn't he?
Wait, did he stop smoking?
Yeah. That's what he said.
He said he quit smoking and then he was suffering through insomnia.
Yeah.
But then he talked about how marijuana makes you like immune to the MK. And that was a theory that I've had for nearly a decade now.
Yeah.
Because I've been smoking weed since I was like 17 years old. And none of this programming seemed to work on me.
Yeah, I was 12. I was 12 when I really started into it, you know. I came by it honest, you know. It was like it started out that, you know, there'd be people sitting around at my mom and dad's house. And see, this is the thing. I never really acted a whole lot like a kid. I mean, even in the way I speak, because I was never spoken to like a child. I actually had conversations with my parents and their friends and was responding and participating in a pretty mature manner. And so I'd be sitting around these people, you know, and they're talking about whatever the issues at the time are, whether it was, you know, Carter and what's going on there or whatever. And I'm sitting there talking about it too. And I was even a conspiracy theorist then, you know. I was on to the whole thing about the Kennedy assassination way back then.
Yeah.
And inadvertently, somebody just, you know, they're passing around a joint and they just pass it to me without even thinking. Well, everybody else is high. I'm like, well, fuck yeah. And I'd hit that thing. And then pretty soon somebody noticed and go, hey, you know, you're not old enough for that. Well, then it got to a point where, you know, we'd freely smoke with my dad on Friday or Saturday night watching movies and shit. And then it got to where, like, fuck, I'd get up early enough in the morning that I'd go pinch a little bit out of my mom and dad's bag, and then I'd smoke that on the way to school and shit. You know, I mean, I was off to the races. So it's been quite a while with the marijuana. And now here I am. Let's see. Fuck. 48 years later, still smoking.
Legend has it, Sav can roll a joint with no hands.
No, I used to be able to. I used to be able to roll a joint with one hand.
like that.
I just kind of go and put it in there and then just go like that while I was driving down the road. I just go like that, toss it in the back seat, fire that up, you know. But anyway, I forgot where I was going with it. Oh, but anyway, the subliminals that they would lay on us with that, you know, and so they do want you to not believe in God. They definitely don't want you to believe in Jesus. The only God they want you to believe in is the God of Mammon, the God of material wealth and intrinsic things. You know, that's where they reside, and they want you in that low vibrational level as well. That's why they're constantly coming on the TV showing you stuff you don't have, as if you didn't know it mattered until you saw it, right?
Yep.
And they've been playing you that way since forever. I think it was like last Easter. A friend of mine came by and he brought his little girl, and he came by and she come in carrying this little stuffed rabbit. And I said, well, ain't that a nifty stuffed rabbit? I says, where did you get such a cool rabbit? She goes up at Food Lion. And I said, at Food Lion? I said, you went to Food Lion to go get a rabbit? Is that why you went to Food Lion? She says, no. I said, well, what'd you go to Food Lion for? She said, we had to pick up some groceries. And I said, well, then how did you end up with a rabbit? I said, you didn't even go to the store to get a rabbit. How did you end up with a rabbit? And she thought about it for a minute. And she goes, well, they were right there when you walked in. I says, so it wasn't even your idea. Somebody else gave you that idea to get that rabbit. I said, let me ask you something, Maddie. I says, I bet you that rabbit was right at your eye level, wasn't it? She goes, yeah. And I says, you got played.
Oh.
But I got her thinking about that. I says, think about it when you go to the checkout too. I says, where was all that delicious candy and gum at? Where was that at? That was right at your eye level, wasn't it?
Man, they put everything. They put mace. They put batteries. They put fingernail clippers. They put stuff to fix your glass. Man, they put it all. They put motor oil down there. Everything they could think of.
They call it impulse aisle.
Right? It's like, damn, I do gotta change my oil, man.
They call those
OW16. That's exactly what I need.
Yeah, like when you go to Home Goods or TJ Maxx, and then the checkout line is like an aisle, and it's just all impulse shopping.
Yep.
You're on a path of impulse.
Man, they have you go through that thing like 4 times before you you know what? I'm gonna get that crunching munch. That
there's not even anybody standing in line.
Yeah, like you know what?
Got my buttons. Tractor Supply's got my buttons because
I love Tractor Supply though.
But they got those little those gray bins, and they always got all kinds of shit in there for sale. They got like one that's got dog toys and stuff like that in it. But usually they have some of the coolest fucking tools.
Yeah,
for pretty cheap too, man. I found this really cool nail puller. And I was like, I never saw anything like that before. And that thing
you can also buy ivermectin at Tractor Supply.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, you get the horse paste from ivermectin. So I take it myself.
Huh.
I'm gonna wait and see what happens.
Yeah, dilute it.
Taking it for a little bit.
No.
You just have to take less. You just have to take less than a horse.
Okay. So the thing, every time I go, it's usually at the beginning of the year because I usually just go to Home Depot or Ace. But I just go for the licorice and the almanac.
Oh yeah.
Annual almanac. So I'm
dude, I've got a bunch of annual almanacs on my shelf. I love those.
Yep. I'm like, it's another almanac. Let me get it. Throw my rubber band in there.
Just full of globe predictions, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because these people were making globe predictions 200 years ago on shit. You know, and this is what I'm telling people. I'm like, do you not get this? That you've only come aware of this fucking space bullshit and everything since like the 50s, really?
Yeah.
That's it. Outside of that, nobody was bothering with that. There were a few science fiction movies out, but not many regarding, spaceships and things like that. Most of them were like pulp fiction novels and things like that.
Right.
In fact, we showed one on here that was 1957. I'm wanting to say
1952 or 51, I think, was the day the Earth stood still.
Yeah, well, in this one was, wait a second, was it 49?
Well, when was War of the Worlds?
Ooh.
Okay, well, that was back in the 30s.
Yeah, that
was kind of like the first kind of bit of space propaganda.
Sure. But this was interesting because this movie, we watched it on this channel one night, and it's called The Land Unknown. And it starts out there in a briefing room, and this guy's showing the footage from Admiral Byrd's expedition to Antarctica. And what this whole thing is, another expedition getting ready to take place to go further in than Byrd did. And they're taking all kinds of tropical gear and shit like that with them. And it was really interesting because they end up in a tropical area with prehistoric monsters and shit like that because they went further south. And
is that the one where at the end they're like dressed up as these Romans, kind of like with the, I think did you play that the other day on Rumble?
No, I played it it might have been a year ago now.
Okay.
It's on my Rumble channel. That's the only place you can show any movies like that. But what was interesting was the whole premise of that sci-fi. They're always either going into space or going into the Earth. This one was actually going further into Antarctica. And then there was never any more movies like that again. Everything was shooting up into space, going to other
Get your
planets.
attention way away from this place.
Yeah. Even the vampire movies, they were made one where they supposedly found, I think in 1965, there was this movie about a whole planet full of vampires or some shit. And oh my God, this was terrible. These guys were wearing like,
the big
futuristic suits, but they had the collar that came way up high around the neck and shit.
The Bela Lugosi.
Yeah. Really bad. Anyway, we better get through on this a little bit.
When I created the final experiment, I set out to end the debate over the shape of the Earth.
You didn't.
And I believe TFE has been incredibly successful in this regard.
No, it hasn't.
As evidence of this, there is currently a major exodus out of flat Earth. Starting with Amaral from
Vlad. That's the key phrase right there from what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
About these flat earthers, high profile flat earthers jumping ship. Okay.
Do you think that was Jaren's mission from day one? Was to eventually do what he just did?
Yes, because they relied on perception deception.
Let me ask you one more thing.
Popularity and over information.
What about these big name flat earthers like Bob Nodal or the pastor? I'm blanking on his name. All these flat earthers that died.
Dean O'Dell?
No, not Dean O'Dell. No.
He was
Rob Steba.
Oh, but they're gone.
So what's your opinion about these prominent flat earthers who just died?
I don't know if they're really even dead. I mean, I don't know them or anything, but I can tell you this. There's a club. Okay, there's a club. And it's the same usual suspects. Okay. And it's David Weiss, it's Mark Sargent, it's Whitsitt, it's Jared, it's Patricia Steers.
They tried to recruit me into that club.
Dude, IMDb.
I was high up on their list in 2015.
The Sinister Six.
The IMDb crew.
This is where they were. That's why I think that my whole role on Roulette and the show that was before that was all about. Because prior to that, I started noticing like Dave Weiss showing up in my chat. And I was like, wow, that's weird. I'm a really small channel. What's he doing here? And then Jaren reaching out to me and shit like that. And I was like, oh, okay. Give him the benefit of the doubt. But I still, in the back of my head, I'm like, wait a minute. Why me?
Yeah.
Why me?
It's like Mason recruiting.
Yeah. And then I saw, like, when this final experiment thing took off, I looked at what came back initially. I was like, this is fucking bullshit. Right? Next thing you know, they're like, oh, look, Sav threw me under the bus. dude, you dropped the ball. You threw yourself under the fucking bus. You were relying on me having a false sense of familiarity toward you. I don't know you, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't.
Dave Weiss tries to get his tentacles into everybody so that he could try to control every flat earther, because he's like the handler program.
Yep.
Have you seen the new Matrix, the fourth Matrix?
No, not yet. I don't think.
Though it came out like, I don't know, a couple years ago, the fourth Matrix. And,
it wasn't very good. Yeah,
it wasn't very good, but Neo had an assistant who he trusted, and that assistant turned out to be a handler program for the Matrix.
Yeah,
and that's essentially what Dave Weiss is. If he sees somebody, an organic flat earther, rising up on YouTube, he will try to latch himself onto you.
Right.
He did it to me 10 years ago, and I turned him down. And then you see the way they treated me ever since. I mean, now they won't even respond to me or acknowledge me at all.
Well, there's another one, and I said I wouldn't say anything about it, but what I find, and there's this other guy that put up on Instagram too. And one was an email that I looked at, and at the end of that email, the thing said, I've not been paid, treated, or compromised in any way. Okay. And then this guy, he posted on Instagram. Let me grab that real quick.
Have you heard of crypto, sir?
Yeah, right. Yeah, they're always trying to sell you that shit too. That kind of took me aback, because I'm like, no, I'm not down for crypto. Let me see here. This was because this guy posted this. Where in the hell? Where'd he go? There it is. And that's the one. Oh no, that's right. He sent it to me in chat and text. Never mind. Hang on, let me grab it. I thought. Anyway, it was a post on Instagram from, what was that guy's name? He used to like set up the flat Earth conferences and shit.
A skinny guy, orange hair, Canada.
Yeah. And
I know you're talking about Celebrate Truth.
Yeah, that's the show he's on. Celebrate Truth. Yes.
And his name is Rob Davidson.
Yes.
Davidson. Yes, yeah. Davidson. Yep.
OG Flat Earther here, guys.
He said he put out a post. He said he put out a post, or he put out in a post that he's not into the flat Earth anymore, and that given the evidence of the final experiment, he can't, in good faith. And he said also at the end exactly the same thing. I've not been paid, threatened,
Robbie
or
Davidson.
compromised in any way.
Plain and simple called it. Robbie Davidson. That's it.
Yeah.
David's son.
So it's like, what the fuck is going on there? What's going on, bro? Brian, the tower guy.
Brian, the tower guy.
No, jeez.
What happened? We had a new
porn bomb.
Yeah,
that happens.
I was about to say that. Yeah, I was about to say that. I bet after you do this debate thing that you're gonna have trolls from that come over here.
Oh, sure. They're little children. But here's the worst part about it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I didn't know that was a thing.
I'll have them next time. I'll make them type something in chat.
Yeah.
Somebody that wants to come up that I don't recognize, because you have to have been a subscriber for 10 minutes to come on here tonight.
And just look at the guy that did it. I mean,
yeah.
I didn't see it, thank God. But
yeah, nobody did. We nipped it. That's what I say. I'll bring you up, and I got my finger right on the fucking button. And as soon as I started getting suspicious, anyways, just because of the way the guy looked.
Yeah,
and
unfortunately, the guy left his face up there, so now we can always go back in time and see who that was and put him on blast. People are crazy.
Well, yeah, I don't understand where they get this thing from, but yeah,
they're possessed. Yo, the truth triggers their demons.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's literally what is happening, and then they literally like glitch.
Yeah.
It's I see it all the time on social media. All the arguments I get into with atheists and sodomites and vegetarians, they're all very similar. When something is an untruth, they latch onto an untruth, and when you try to teach them the real truth,
they go hard. They go hard on the attack. They go hard on the attack too.
Yeah, because NPCs, they're programmed in such a way where everything's very binary. It's either Republican or Democrat.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Left or right.
Black or white.
So like they everybody assumes I'm a Trumper because I'm a conservative.
Of course.
You know, I lean to the right.
Automatically. If you know, my brother's like, oh, you know what? You must have voted for Trump. I'm like, why? Because you think the earth is flat. I'm like,
that's definitely.
And then they think, then they try to associate me with Elon Musk. I'm like, I'm a truther, not a Trumper. Like I don't support Elon Musk. He's a fraud. You know, he's going to take us to Mars. What?
Yeah.
What?
Exactly. We saw that whole earshot off thing from a fucking mile away. Are you kidding me?
Oh my God, yeah.
And then when it comes to like the Israeli issue, you got the liberals who support Palestine. So it's like they're right, but for the wrong reasons. And then the conservatives are wrong for the right reason or the wrong. You know what I mean? It's like not everything is so binary. And only us flat earth truthers actually have a foundational knowledge to actually make sense of all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're not trapped into one of the two binary paradigms. You know, that's basically what it is. It's
people don't understand if you come out and say, well, both candidates are bad. I think they're both trash. Or if you want to throw a third one in there, that third one is trash too. So it's all trash.
No, you gotta pick.
You gotta pick. What do you mean you're not gonna pick? I had somebody get so upset with me because I was like, they're all trash, man. They're all liars. And they're all gonna go ahead and try to get the synagogue of Satan out there in the Eastern Med to run shit. So whether you vote for one or the other, you're voting against your wishes.
Right. Let's just look at it this way. Suppose the ballot said on one side you have Joseph Stalin, on the other side you have Pol Pot.
I vote for Hitler.
Yeah, really.
Right.
If they want to talk about,
I didn't get in some trouble last night because I made the correlation between what was going on in Germany, and all I did was just as he was speaking, I changed the word Germany to America. And it was exactly the same rhetoric that we see going down right now. And if you look at it, it's quite noble, you know, a strong sense of nationalism, pride, and civic socialism versus political socialism, which is what they want. What they were going toward was civic socialism. In other words, you don't put people down, you help them up. You help them up. We all work together, right? And why? Because we're all Germans. Not because it's the law, not because you have to. You have a sense of obligation, not forced obligation. It's a sense of obligation. This is my brother American, or this is my brother German, and I can help him, or he can help me. That's how that works. You're not forced to. And that's why nobody can ever pin down what the Nationalist Socialists actually were. They throw this word Nazi around.
Yeah.
And that was created by Zionists.
Ashkenazi.
Yeah, it was created by them. And
isn't it weird that they try to tell us Nazi is an acronym?
It's not even an acronym.
I know, it makes no sense. They literally told us it was an acronym, though. But then, and what does
I
it
wonder
stand
if that Z stands for Zionist.
National Zionist, NAZI, National Zionist.
If you went to Berlin in 1939 and said, "Hey, you're a Nazi," they would look at you and go, "What the fuck is a Nazi?"
Yeah, that wasn't a word they used.
What are you talking about? What's a Nazi? They would not even have understood it. But now, you even look at the way that they push that forward. I can remember seeing an old Tarzan movie. And this is before the United States was in the war. Okay.
Like in the 30s it was?
Yeah. This was old Johnny Weissmuller. He was an Olympic swimming champion, and he was the one that played Tarzan. They filmed a lot of that stuff down in Weeki Wachee, Florida, at Tarpon Springs, because those spring pools are so clear. It's great for filming.
Yeah.
And
I'm loving the knowledge.
Anyway, this guy, I remember one, he was going up against some Nazis, right? And so he was tricking the Nazis. He'd call to them and go, "Hey, Nazi," and they'd look and he'd hit them with a coconut or whatever the fuck, And that was even being purveyed back then here. And of course, out of Hollywood. And who runs Hollywood, of course? Well,
Synagogue of Satan.
There you go, man. There you go. So it's any wonder that we believe the bullshit that we do as far as that's concerned, you know. I'll tell you one I did, and I've never been afraid of anything, right? So I remember years back when Schindler's List first came out. I lived in Michigan in a place called Royal Oak. Royal Oak is like Jew Central, okay?
As opposed to Dearborn?
It's not fun. Yeah, Dearborn's like Iraq.
Yeah, is Muslims,
Arab.
right? Yeah.
Muslim, yeah.
And I can remember, man, Dearborn never used to not look like that at all. But you drive down there now, and it looks just like you're in the Middle East. The architecture, they got minarets and shit all over the place.
Like it's 20 degrees. Where they get some palm trees at?
Right.
I think the Muslims read Henry Ford's book and they wanted to move to Michigan.
Oh my God.
Well, I tell you, it was funny. Went and saw Schindler's List. Took my girlfriend to go see it.
Oh no.
And of course, this place was packed full of Jews. Okay.
Oh, so you saw it in the theaters?
Yeah. I saw it in the theater when it first come out.
Was that like 93?
Well, we come out of the movie and I looked at her. I says, "Man, that was really a good movie." I said, "Wouldn't that suck if that really happened?"
Oh my God,
dude, you could have heard a mouse piss on cotton.
Well, it's admittedly not a true story.
I know.
And it was directed, or maybe
by
Spielberg.
Yep. That thing win a lot of awards?
It did.
Of course.
It did. Yeah. Listen, you do a Holocaust movie, you're going to get a fucking award.
Or slavery.
Yeah, or slavery. Yeah.
And I did
12 years a slave.
Yeah, man, that was the last slave movie I saw, man, and I was like, I'm done. I'm done. I can't do it no more.
And who owned all the slaves?
It was a white dude from New York at the end. I'm like, oh my God. I said, I can't do it. I'm done.
I remember it was on TV when I was a kid. Roots.
Oh yeah, Roots.
Yeah.
You know what?
I think they used every black actor that there was. I mean, I swear to God, even Freddie Boom Boom Washington was in that shit, man. From Cotter.
They had LeVar Burton. They had Dad, the Pops from a Good Time. They had James. Oh,
that was just before my time. I never saw Roots.
I like the Dave Chappelle version, though.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I saw the Dave Chappelle version.
As a kid, I had to watch that. I had to watch that every year. I had to watch it every year as a kid.
We had to watch
Roots. We watched
that.
They
found out that was a forgery.
Is that like a black cultural thing where your family makes you watch?
You
Roots?
know what? I don't know if it's a cultural thing, but I knew as a kid, we like it was like it would come on. So a couple of things would come on every Easter, right? That I would watch. Shaka Zulu, I would watch. And so it was like I wasn't really allowed to watch TV as a kid much, but those things, it was like, all right, you can watch that as much as you want. So it was that Shaka Zulu, Shogun, that Shaka Zulu, and the 10 Commandments. So it was like that Shaka Zulu, Shogun, the 10 Commandments. I could get as much watching time as I want. You know what I'm saying? Because those were educational at the time. So all of which I absolutely, it's part of my childhood, absolutely love. But that's a good question, Stinky Cash, because not a lot of black kids really watch Roots. It was like surprising enough, a lot of black kids just didn't watch Roots. Not my generation, but Saab's time, I'm sure it was a little bit different. I'm sure there were more people watching Roots. I'm sure everybody watched Roots.
Now, I never saw it. Is there truth in it, or is it propaganda?
Well, as we find out, Alex Haley made up most of that shit.
That's what I'm finding out.
And was it produced by Jews?
And he was also a Mason. And he was also a Mason.
Oh, he was a Prince. What do they call those?
Not Prince Williams. Prince Hall.
Yeah,
Prince Hall is the Black Freemason.
It's the Black Freemason. Yes.
Yeah, I've been to a lodge one time. Yeah. They don't go up to 33 degrees in that. The blacks are not allowed to get to the 33rd degree.
Ain't that some shit?
It's like my thing is like, why even join?
Right.
I'm sitting there looking. I'm like, why even get yourself into that?
No, they were proud, man. I was outside a Prince Hall Freemason Lodge in North Carolina, and this rapper approached me trying to get me to like listen to his single, on a CD. And he told me that he was a Freemason, that he belonged to that lodge, and he was so proud of it, man. So proud of it.
Yeah.
Well, Sob, should we watch some of this horse crap debate?
Yeah.
It's so bad.
Canada, who was one of the first Patreon supporters of Eric Dubé. He saw the writing on the wall when Eric Dubé did not share his excitement about TFE going to Antarctica. Eric Dubé said for years that there is never a 24-hour sun at any time in Antarctica. Dubé also correctly asserted that the heliocentric globe model must have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Yet Eric Dubé did not think it was a good idea to travel to Antarctica to see which side was correct. And
wrong. He didn't think it was a good idea to travel to Antarctica with you. I didn't think it was a good idea to travel to Antarctica with you either, because I saw you for the demonic little shit face that you are. Look at him. I mean, every time I freeze frame him, that's all I see is a demonic little fucking devil.
He's just not, there's no sincerity there. The way he's talking, like he's reading his script like a robot. There's no,
it is so scripted. Yes.
There's no sincerity.
He's a joke.
He even turned down an offer to have his trip to Antarctica paid for by a Glober named Mark Harmon. Next is Jaron Campanella from the YouTube channel Jaronism. Jaron was one of the fortunate flat earthers who received a trip to Antarctica on my dime.
He has the same cadence as
only
Professor
saw
Dave.
The 24-hour sun with his own eyes, but was also honest enough to admit that he had been wrong about the 24-hour sun and therefore wrong about flat Earth. Next is Alex Stein. Primetime 99 Alex Stein has been in the flat Earth community for a very long time.
Not true.
Long time, including participating in many debates on the topic on the Modern Day Debate channel. Alex Stein was also offered a free trip to Antarctica from political commentator Tim Pool, but elected not to join us. And although he did not join us, he has done the right thing in accepting the evidence and firsthand testimony we brought back of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and now acknowledges that flat Earth is false. Next is Robbie Davidson, who runs the very popular YouTube channel Celebrate Truth, which has over 150,000 subscribers. He is one of the OG flat earthers who has really been around since the beginning of the modern day flat Earth movement.
Not true.
Then there is Nick Havoc. He had been a flat earther for 9 years, but is now so thankful for the final experiment, which has brought him the truth, so he no longer has to believe and defend a lie. Then there's Mellow Dome, Austin Thompson, Stefan Driver, Shifty Eyes Shady, Rose 777, David Conklin. There was even an entire small flat Earth group who all gave up flat Earth after TFE. The list goes on and on. There are far too many to name, and there are many who have asked me to not mention their name. This exodus will continue until a flat earther can show how TFE's experiments and observations can work on a flat Earth. But instead of doing this, the flat Earth community as a whole is taking the position that we did not actually go to Antarctica, or that we did not see the real sun, or that there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, despite the fact that we all witnessed it with our own eyes. They are arguing that we were in a giant studio filled with LED screens, or that the sun was created with a giant laser pointer to fool us. And Dean Odell actually argues that Satan was behind the 24-hour sun, possibly becoming the sun itself in order to fool us. What the flat Earth community is lacking, and what is continuing to fuel this major exodus, is a complete lack of any intellectual, logical, and rational responses to our trip to Antarctica and Chile. Will Nathan Thompson be able to reverse this trend? Will Nathan Thompson be able to make sense of our experiments and observations on a flat Earth? Because that is Nathan Thompson's specific role in this debate. to show how all of these things we observed and captured and experienced can work on a flat Earth. Here are just some of the observations and experiments we conducted for TFE in both Antarctica and Chile. First is the 24-hour sun. The sun never set the entire time we were at Union.
See what I did?
Did we just lose Sav?
I think we did, because
They got him.
All right, guys.
They finally
Welcome
got
to
him.
the Stinky Cash Show.
Ah,
damn.
Sav, he was usurping the show real quick.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, what did I do here?
Something went wrong.
Something definitely went wrong.
Good one. Damn.
We're back.
Got that before I could get it.
Anyway, let me fix it back here a little bit.
And experiments we conducted for TFE in both Antarctica and Chile. First is the 24-hour sun. The sun never set the entire time we were at Union Glacier Camp, right at 80 degrees south in Antarctica. For years, the flat Earth community was...
And that's what you claim. We don't really know that you went there. We don't really know that that's exactly where you were at. We don't have any accurate maps to really go by. How do we know that you were at 80 degrees south? How do you know you were at 80 degrees south? They could just tell you that shit. You don't know where the fuck you're really at. Especially any of your latitudes when you go south of the equator. How the fuck do you know where they're really at? Think about it. I mean, in the north, you're going by the declination angle of Polaris. But once you get past the equator, now what are you using? How do you measure distances across large bodies of water? You don't. You calculate them based on observation. So this guy's full of shit all the way.
Adamant that there was not a 24-hour sun in the south, in Antarctica. This rejection was fueled by the fact that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is not possible on a flat Earth. And this is because flat earthers say Antarctica is not an island continent at the bottom of a globe, but rather a massive ice wall that encircles the world's continents and holds in all the oceans. If Antarctica is this giant ice ring on the outside of our known world, the sun would have to rise and set each day, as both sides agree that the sun moves through the sky once every 24 hours for everyone on Earth. In December of 2023, this is a year before TFE, there was a debate outside Nashville, Tennessee between Dean Odle and Greg Locke. The next day, there was a post-debate Q&A at a nearby hotel. And the room was filled with flat earthers, including Dean Odle, Flat Earth Dave, Austin Whitsitt, Joe Hanvey.
And if you didn't get to see it, that's the one where Greg Locke lost his shit and kicked everybody out of his church.
Yeah.
Hey, can we talk about Greg Locke first?
Yeah,
because he has really exposed himself recently as this like hardcore Christian Zionist.
Yeah.
He's like, you'll never change my opinion about Israel. Blah. Like he's such a fool.
Yeah. You wanna? Oh, jeez. Of course.
Yeah, I got a clip of him in a sermon talking about what we need to do is clear everybody out and just blow that dome right off that rock so we can build that third temple.
Oh
and if you try to tell him about the Talmud, he pretends like he doesn't know, and it's like living in denial. And he openly says, the more you try to convince me otherwise, the deeper I'm going to dig myself into loving Israel. Like it's so cringe. It's so cringe.
Go ahead and love on Israel. I guarantee you they ain't going to love on you back.
Yep.
How much does he get paid from like USAID or?
Yeah, nothing now.
Hey, Vlad, how you doing?
I'm good, man. It's good to see you, Holmes.
Yeah, I don't think these motherfuckers going to get paid much anymore. And that's why I just keep your eye out and see what happens. Now we're seeing that these flat earthers are dropping off, right?
Right.
So where was their support really coming from? It's kind of coincidental that they're jumping over to the globe side just as they stopped the funding to that shit.
Wow. That's crazy. So there's one called Shifty Shady Eyes that he mentioned. I know Shifty Shady. I would see him on my show from time to time. He probably was in your show. He's probably part of your chat too, Saab.
Yeah, he's been in my chat. Yeah.
And he's been around plenty of them.
Yeah.
Wow.
But how does he get to speak for all these people? You know, it's not fair. They're not there to defend themselves. That's not even part of the debate.
It doesn't matter if you convince everybody of a lie. It doesn't make it true.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So like I don't even know. I don't even know where to put this. So like, what's he trying to say? Because the real ones are here. The real ones are here. And we're puzzled. At least I'm puzzled. Like, I don't know how a person goes from seeing the truth to going back to a lie. It's
Makes
like
you wonder if they're ever, sorry.
Yeah, it's like getting out of cold water and then getting in a warm bed just so you could go back in the cold water. No, it doesn't make any sense. You don't want to go back in that shit.
No, it doesn't. It makes zero sense.
That's like when someone points out the arrow in the FedEx logo, and you've never seen it before. You can't see it, but once they show it to you, you can never not see it.
You can't unsee it.
It's the only thing you see. After they point it out to you, it's the only thing you see.
Exactly.
You can't go back.
It doesn't exactly. So when I hear Glober claiming that they were a flat earther and then they went back to the globe, I'm like, oh, you really didn't get it then. You
no, or they're just liars and frauds because it's not true. Nobody has ever done that.
It for the whole time.
Right, because nobody could do that. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I will put it out there on record once again that if I ever recant on the flat Earth, I have been compromised.
Same here.
Okay?
Yeah.
You'll get a statement from me. You'll get an absolute well-written statement that I wouldn't have wrote really. And yeah, I'd been compromised as well. Real talk.
Yeah.
So can I share my honest opinion on this debate? Nathan is not prepared for any of this. I don't think. I wouldn't have chose him. I guess Will chose him because of his personality or whatever. But I don't think he's capable of defending us.
That's how it always goes, though. You're absolutely right.
You guys needed an alternate opinion. How you doing?
Not
Good
really.
to see you.
No,
it should be Nathan Oakley, not Nathan Thompson.
Yeah,
Nathan
absolutely.
Oakley would have been a better debater for sure.
Absolutely. But the whole thing is he's again still relying on the premise that this whole final experiment was even legitimate. You see, I'm not convinced it was legitimate at all. There's just too much bullshit, bullshit around it. So it's like, I don't even regard it as anything even took place other than an attempt at a psyop.
Yeah. It didn't get the effect they wanted.
No, shot themselves right.
No.
But anyway, let's let this play a little bit, get through it a little bit.
Go ahead.
And my opponent, Nathan Thompson. The first question at this event was about Antarctica and the 24-hour sun. After Dean Odell confidently stated during the debate that a 24-hour sun would mean we live on a globe, Joe Hanvey spoke up at the Q&A and said he had a friend in Antarctica at that time, and she told him there was not a 24-hour sun, and the sun rose and set each day. Shortly after this, my opponent, Nathan Thompson, was given the mic, and he said he used to run the largest flat earth group in the world for 6 years. And it was after he asked Globers to show him the 24-hour sun in Antarctica that his group was deleted and he was censored. This resolute position by the flat earth community that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica was because they knew it was not possible on a flat earth. In addition to the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, there is also a 24-hour moon in Antarctica. This is not possible on a flat earth for the same reason that a 24-hour sun is not possible. Up next is the South Pole. We have not released our video on the South Pole yet as part of our channel's The Final Experiments series, but
wait a second. Why not? Why have you not released this video yet? This was December. We're halfway through February. We're more than halfway through February. We're almost done with February.
Bro, that should have been the first thing they gave us. Or all this BS, that should have been like, there goes that 24-hour sun, y'all. We'll talk about it when we get back. Here you go. Enjoy it.
Yep.
Watch it as many times as you want. That would have been the first thing. These guys didn't do any. These guys did a terrible job. Terrible job.
You got that much post production on it. That's something going on.
Yeah.
You know, just like, oh, you wait. You know, how long was it before they? Now, right off the bat, oh, what's his nuts there, McKeegan? He put his 24-hour sun shit right away. Bam, hadn't even got home yet. It was already out. Yep. Right. These guys, well, it's going to be a few more weeks before we get it edited out and get everything ready, and it takes forever to upload and all this other horse feathers.
Just running out the clock. Look at them.
Yep.
Well, if I get my way, that's going to change. That's going to change.
Well, yeah. Put that link for your thing down there in the chat.
Oh,
again.
do you have a GoFundMe, Roger?
Yes, he does.
I do.
What else do you got? Is all you have is a GoFundMe?
That's all I got.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Put the link.
I do have a Cash App if you want me to give you my link for that.
Yeah. Because just Cash App for me is just easier. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Anyway.
At the same time as we were at Union Glacier, and there cannot be a South Pole on a flat Earth, and I'm talking about a geographic South Pole. Oh, yeah. On a flat Earth, the cardinal direction south is all directions away from the North Pole.
Yeah.
And therefore, the South on a flat Earth gets bigger and bigger indefinitely, and lines of longitude would get further and further apart.
They do.
This means never
Will know.
I have a video. Can we pause
in the
it?
South?
Yeah.
Like we see.
I actually have a video with like 20 proofs of that, or 20 pieces of evidence that prove that the South is like that.
Yeah,
so
not only that, like, doesn't Will know as soon as you leave the North Pole, you're headed south? It doesn't matter which part of the North Pole, you're just automatically headed south.
And that's true on a globe or a flat Earth.
Exactly, it's the same on a globe.
But most globers think that east and west are straight lines.
Yes.
They all think east and west are straight lines, and I'm like, on a globe, that would only really be true if you were on the equator.
Yeah,
you would feel like you were going straight. But if you were 100 feet away from the North Pole, which way is east? And they don't know how to answer.
Yep.
Well, that, and you look at the calculations for the speed in these sailboats.
That's one of my pieces of evidence. The speed of the boats.
I calculated the boats. I thought they were accurate. The race around Antarctica.
Yeah, 4.5 knots, huh?
Yeah, I thought it was accurate. I don't remember.
4.5 knots is a reasonable speed for a sailboat.
I don't remember.
But in the north, they go like 20 or 30 or something like that.
Yeah. Was the water must be thicker down there or something?
It's a
it's based because it's not. There's the only way they're not really calculating. They're calculating. They're not measuring.
Yes.
They're calculating, and they have to go by observation. They say, oh, well, by this observation, we're at this point now. We've been traveling just like we do in the north, but we're only at this far now. That's what and because they're assuming that they're on a globe, that of course makes it worse.
Yeah, man, they're doing too much. They're not doing enough. They haven't done that. All I need is that curve, man. That's what this globe's all about.
Wait, I need that ice wall, right? Because
we get it all the time. Y'all get it all the time.
I don't. I need to see videos live of someone doing the ice wall like I saw Will and them do the 24-hour sun. Then I'll believe you guys.
The ice wall is just the coastline of Antarctica.
It's the coastline. It's everywhere.
What are you talking about?
Wait. I thought maybe that's what I get for thinking. Someone told me it was so big you couldn't even get over it. You had to fly over it. It was really huge.
No, you don't have to fly over it. But you can take a boat, and then they have like extended ladders, like they show that as well. Like the ice wall, that's why they call it the Antarctic Ring.
I was thinking you can't get to the ice wall; they turn you around. I've heard that.
Well, they will. If you try to go by yourself, they will.
Yeah.
That if you're not part of one of those cruises or something like that, no, you're not going there.
Where are the videos?
You don't have to say ice wall. You just have to say Antarctica.
Yeah. Where are the videos? Bro. How do you guys know that? Where are the videos of the people getting turned around?
We've shown them on here.
I've seen that one. There's a very famous one.
Yeah, I could. I'll be real with you, Joe Cool.
Yeah.
The videos. If you try to get, let me make an attempt to get the videos. They don't make it easy to get them. You know what I'm saying? Videos like that. Hold on.
I dig it.
The search algorithm was completely bastardized in 2017. So now when we're trying to find specific videos for evidence, they're almost impossible to find.
I can't find none of my old proofs and evidence for my conspiratorial stuff. I can't find none of the stuff. So I can't argue
because the
that.
algorithms are all
Try using Yandex.
Yandex.
Go to
Yandex.
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 And it doesn't have that same Google algorithm to it. You'll get more complete searches.
Oh, and Joe Cool, you owe Sav $5 because I found that sun that I promised you that
I don't
airplane
even need
was
a
flying
reason.
below with the
I
sun
will
underneath. I didn't
absolutely
forget.
give $5 to Sav. I don't even need a reason, but I do want to see the video.
I'm gonna
later.
Well, it's a picture, but I'll send it your way. But yeah, I'm looking for the ice wall right now.
All right, appreciate it.
Let me let you play a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
In the north with the North Pole. Up next is the South Celestial Pole. We both observed and filmed the South Celestial Pole while in Punta Arenas, Chile. A celestial pole is a point in the sky that the stars appear to rotate around in a circle as they move through the night sky. For the same reason you can't have a South Pole on a flat Earth, you cannot have a South Celestial Pole in the sky over a flat Earth. And it's worth noting that the 24-hour sun, the 24-hour moon, and the South Celestial Pole all move in the opposite direction that we observe them in the north. Also impossible on a flat Earth. And finally, we have southern flights. Flights far south on a flat Earth, for example, south of the Tropic of Capricorn, would require completely different flight paths than are actually experienced by passengers on these flights.
So wait a second. Is he actually claiming that the stars in the south go from west to east?
Yeah, or if opposite.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Listen, if I'm looking at traffic going by and to my right is north, and I turn around and look at it from the other side of the road, and they're still going north, it's now to my left.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay,
Wait. Say it again.
It's still going north. If I'm watching a car and it's going north and it goes by me from my left to my right, okay?
Okay,
and then I'm
it's going north.
All right, so he's going north from the left to the right, right?
Right.
So then he's coming from the south. So now if I step over onto the other side of the road and observe the car go by, the car now goes from my right to my left. He's still going north. He's still coming from the south.
And it would be true on the flat Earth.
I mean, it's like, look. If you're buying that explanation, if you're buying look at this. Look, oh my God, look, he's removing his thumb.
Damn, Bob, how you doing?
You're a goddamn wizard.
It's that black magic, man. It's black magic, y'all.
Hey, Joe, the Earth spins east to west, right? On the globe, right? So why would anything change direction at all, dude? Their stars go in the same direction, north or south, in either model.
But I've seen video where if you look up, I don't know about Saab's left hand, right hand side of the road. I've been smoking too much, but I know if I look up, it don't matter which way I face, left or right. The stars are still spinning clockwise or anti-clockwise.
Well,
they say that if you go,
it only
doesn't.
depends on, are you looking southward? Or are you
looking up any direction? You pick the direction. So, they're still spinning in the same way.
Are they still going from east to west?
Yes.
Okay, then they didn't change direction, did they?
But if you go to the southern hemisphere,
all you did was change your orientation. That's all.
Yes, and I still see them. They still appear to be going east to west, no matter which way I look, as long as I'm in the northern hemisphere. And if I'm in the southern hemisphere
too, the southern hemisphere goes from east to west too. Everything
I've
goes
seen
from
video of them going backwards. In fact, I think this dude made me show that video.
Bro, he just explained it to you with an analogy to looking at traffic in a row, dude. This guy just derails the streams.
This guy,
Joe Cool, offers nothing to the conversation.
Wait. His analogy won't trump real life. I can look up in the sky. I don't have to, I don't need an analogy.
You have a lukewarm level IQ, dude. It has nothing to do with marijuana.
Have you ever been Joe Cool, have you ever been to anywhere south of the equator?
I doubt it.
He's never left. He's never left his project building before.
Yeah,
Dude.
the closest thing in the continental U.S., right? Is Florida, and that's right next to the Tropic of Cancer. So
I was in Florida about last month.
Yeah, so that would be the closest thing. You're still not there at the equator. So
What's
if
your
you go
point?
south of the equator, basically what Sav is saying is that if you look southwards, things will appear different. The rotation would appear different.
No, I think Saab is okay. I thought Saab was saying it would remain
No,
the
it's
same.
never going to go the opposite way. It's just your orientation to it. It's always east to west. North is north, east is east, west is west.
You know, if I go outside right now and I look, if I face north and then I look up, the stars will be going east to west or whatever way they're supposed to be going. I should know this. And if I look south, they're still going east to west. They're still going the same way. It doesn't matter which direction I look. As long as I look up, they're going the same way.
That's what
There you go.
Saab said.
That's exactly it.
Thank you for debunking yourself.
Very good. So what happens when we go to the southern hemisphere? What happens?
But you're in the what he's saying is when you go to the southern hemisphere, it's still wait. I hear what
see, this is what I'm hoping he says. Yeah.
It's still going east to west,
It's still
but
going
instead of
east to
going
west.
left to right, it's going right to left. But it's always east to west.
It's your orientation.
If you're
It
looking
does not
south,
take a
it's gonna
genius to
look like
understand this,
something
Joe.
else.
Stop blaming it on
apparently-
weed. Weed makes you smarter, not dumber. You're just dumb.
Yeah, you're right. No way a genius is going to understand that because it makes no sense.
Well,
you
all right,
think when
Every
I
single
look up-
person in the stream understands but you.
I don't want to.
when
I don't want to listen. I don't want to have to go on a whole thing to try to teach you orientation.
Yeah, he'll probably show it later. You
Okay.
ain't got to worry about it.
So, Joe, you just don't get it. So just leave it at that.
I say you don't get it, and
No,
I'm
no,
content
no,
to leave
listen.
it at that.
You've had these things explained to you a million times. I gave you a very simple, rudimentary way to understand it by using my traffic diagram.
I disagree with you.
All right.
That's not
Well, then,
illegal or
that's fine.
immoral.
That's fine. Disagree
Okay.
with. Okay, you disagree with me. I accept that. All right. So
Same.
let's
Yeah.
move on now.
Yeah.
All right.
They would also be of much longer flight lengths than flights in the north. As we already mentioned, a flat Earth pushes south to the outside, and distances on a flat Earth get further and further apart the further south you go. YouTuber Critical Think, a Glober who was with us for the final experiment, flew home from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia, nonstop after our trip to Antarctica. And he filmed the entire flight, and it was just over 13 and a half hours. Not only that, but his entire flight from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia was over ocean. After leaving South America, the flight flew over no major land masses, including flying completely south of New Zealand before landing in Australia. This flight is just not possible on a flat Earth.
Yes,
Thank
it
you.
absolutely is. What is he talking about?
Thank you very much for that opening statement. And want to let you know,
Yes, no
folks, if
idea.
it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, Dr. James Coons. We are a fully neutral debate channel. That means only debates, no
Bullshit,
interviews,
James.
with fair
Bullshit.
moderation as well. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button right now, as we have plenty more debates coming up in the future that you don't want to miss out on. With that, we're going to kick it over to
Their
Nathan.
logo
Please
is
open
Q
the call.
symbolism.
Thank you very much for being with
Yeah.
us as well, Nathan.
Well, they're looking
The
for
floor
atheists
is
now.
all yours.
That's all they're looking for. They don't want any
Yeah.
Christians or flat earthers.
Thanks so
anymore
much
on
for
their debates.
moderating, James. Congratulations on the channel just exploding. I remember when you had 20,000 subscribers back in the day, so it's
Oh
nice
my
to see you doing
gosh.
well. On top of that, Will, I really sincerely appreciate your stunt that you pulled there in Antarctica, because since then, I have multiple social media platforms doing over 1 million views a month, because I've been talking about flat Earth for 10 years, dude. It's my bread and butter. I eat, sleep, and breathe flat Earth, guys. I've done over 200 meetups. I used to run the official Flat Earth and Globe discussion before it was censored. We had 155,000 members in there. We didn't allow cursing. We didn't allow insults. We just got down to business, answering questions. So if you guys have questions, ask them in the super chat. We'll get to them at the end. Please share the show. Really appreciate that. But yeah, thanks, Will, for your stunt. Just Flat Earth is absolutely exploding on my social media platforms now. Thanks to you. Really appreciate it. So Will's opening was lots of talking, not a lot of proof seized. I would have liked to see more proof of the globe, or that the final experiment ended flat Earth, but all we got was talking about. You'll see the difference in my presentation. I'm going to actually pull up images and show evidence to support my claims that his stunt didn't debunk the flat Earth. Now, Romans 8:28 says, all things work towards good for those that love the Creator and are called according to his purpose. I've been featured in hit pieces where Globers try and prove the globe, and it always backfires on them because all they do is make flat Earth more popular, and it's true. So when it comes to flat Earth, any publicity is good publicity. I learned about biblical cosmology from a guy named Michael Lavery, who was my brain coach for 10 years. We were studying applied neuroscience, steroidogenesis, neuroplasticity. And one day he says, Nate, you ever look into flat Earth? And I just about dropped the phone after he told me he spent 7 months looking into it. I thought he was going to say, oh, I heard about it Tuesday. So the smartest guy I know, been looking into it 7 months. I didn't sleep for 3 days. Then I went and got a camera. The camera I got was a Nikon P900. That's this camera right here. But this camera has been converted to infrared. It's what the military uses to see super far. Then we upgraded to the P1000, which is 125 times zoom. Technology has far surpassed the globe lies and the globe religion. So I spent about a week on the beach debunking the globe. Then I started the official Flat Earth and Globe discussion. I've been doing meetups ever since. A couple months ago, someone called me and says, Nate, I got an RV. Do you want to go around doing interviews, gathering products for a website, doing meetups like you've been doing? And so now I'm in an RV with Geo, and we've got all sorts of stuff from the community like Flat Earth Gleason mat blankets, some coffee here from Paraplegic. If you don't have the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, download that. The referral code is NEO, and you can get tinfoil hats at bonafidetruth.com. And if you need to find any of my social media links, bonafidetruth.com.
Read my mind.
Now,
what happened to James' face?
Let's get right into it, guys. If I could get this share screen.
Ready for you.
Yeah, Duffy's got a really bad case of Jew face.
All right, so if we lived on a globe,
I mean, like this.
Yeah, like that one. Boy.
Good God.
And I know he's going to hold up his little sign. Go ahead. This is the curvature rate for the globe. It would curve in all directions like a ball, 8 inches per mile squared, or 0.666 feet per mile squared. That would give you 66.6 feet of drop over just 10 miles. But from mile 40 to 50, you're talking 600 feet of drop because it's exponential. Now, we were told that boats go over the horizon, and that's the curve of the Earth. Well, the horizon, formerly known as the curvature of the Earth, is not physical or geometric. If you read Phil Metzger's book on the art of perspective, it says, what is 1 point linear perspective? And it details the horizon versus eye level. And it says, in the railroad picture, you can see where the flat land meets the sky. That imaginary line where the sky meets the land is the horizon. So on a globe, we would have a physical geometric horizon at 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 1 foot observer, it's 1.2 miles away. For a 6 foot observer, it's 3 miles away. Now this picture on the right is 1 foot observer. Horizon should be 1.2 miles away, and the horizon is past 9.5 miles. So we don't have a physical geometric horizon. This is a famous picture from Joshua Nowicki from 57.25 miles. Should be about 2,000 feet of drop. Now, the tallest building in this picture is 1,350 feet. I actually took this picture from Kenosha in a helicopter with the infrared P900 from 51 miles away, just when we got above the tree line. And the entire skyline was visible. None of it should have been visible. Should have all been obstructed by the imaginary elusive curvature that can never be found. Here's 6 lighthouses that should all be obstructed by curvature, but they're clearly visible because the Earth is flat. Here's Mount San Jacinto, visible light, Mount San Jacinto with infrared. You can clearly see it 123 miles away. We've also got videos.
He's more well prepared than I would have thought.
Setting behind him, no curvature on the surface of the Earth. So I don't know why we're pretending that going to Antarctica and looking at the sky is going to somehow end the argument about the floor. Here we have world record photograph, 275 miles. Bar de Acrens, should be 50,416 feet of missing curvature that we can't find. It's very elusive. Can't find it anywhere. Then you've got microwave repeaters. You got radar systems like the SPS-55, goes 190 kilometers, over 100 miles. Search and rescue. We've done laser tests. You can zoom in on distant objects. They're clearly not obstructed by curvature. Now, I'd highly recommend, guys, test all things and hold fast to that which is true. Once you go flat, you never glow back. Be the change you want to see on flat Earth. The truth is incontrovertible. Malice is going to attack it. Ignorance is going to try and deride it. But in the end, there it is. And you can lead globe earthers to flat water, but you cannot get them to put their sign down and think critically about the shape of the Earth.
There it is.
That's all I got, James. Thanks so much.
So you
Yo, he just crushed it.
That's all he needs. That's it.
That's what I was going to say. He did really well on that. I'd missed that part.
And the discussion
in the beginning.
That really is.
He crushed.
Yeah, he did really well.
That's it.
And I think just the look on Duffy's face alone, just.
Well, that's that whole thing. It's just this looking up into the sky at shit that has no place in the realm of science at all.
Oh, now,
yeah,
all of you cats at one time done told me that there's no 24-hour sun. You had no problem looking up. Now, this happens. It's against the law to look up. That's
Nobody
telling.
said anything like of the sort.
Against the law to look up.
Sound like that's exactly what you were saying. It's illogical to look up. Your argument before the final experiment was there's no 24-hour sun. You had no problem with looking up.
No, I said I don't believe there's a 24-hour sun.
There was no video
And
evidence.
If there was, it would have no bearing on the shape of the Earth.
There we go.
You have to listen to the whole statement, not just pick and choose and cherry pick the parts that you like.
Well, so just so I'm sure I heard you, you said there is no 24-hour sun. That was the
No, I don't
first
believe
part.
there is. No. I think
He
those
doesn't
fucking
believe
assholes
there is.
straight up lied.
All right.
I think
Right.
those fucking assholes straight up lied. I say it every day. I'll say it every fucking day. I think those fucking lying pieces of shit lied.
Yeah. So so basically, Joe Cool, what they're trying to do is they're trying to pigeonhole us into one thing. If this isn't just as an example, I'm using a small example. If this isn't blue on Sunday, then these other things don't happen. You show up on Sunday, that thing is blue, and then automatically that stuff is.
If I could interrupt you, I'm totally with you 100%. I don't believe that this slams the door. It is a leg sweep or a body blow, but someone could come up tomorrow with a model that works. It's feasible. At least.
But it's not a model.
I can make a model that works of a fucking
Flat
creature.
Earth.
It doesn't even exist. Okay, we don't live in a model, and you don't have a working model.
They literally couldn't make a heliocentric model to scale because it wouldn't fit
in
a screen or on a paper. You couldn't make it to scale.
Of course, you can't make planets. What are you talking about?
No, you couldn't make a heliocentric model to scale. It's impossible.
All right. Even
There'd
if
be too much empty
you
space.
could make it to scale, it's a scientifically physical impossibility right from its inception. So no, you don't have a working model because
why is it an impossibility? Because I see them on fucking the Discovery Channel. all the time.
Those aren't scaled. No, those aren't.
It don't matter about
it.
the
Wouldn't
scale.
fit on the screen.
I don't even have to go into the scale.
If you made the sun, a dot on an 80-inch television, you wouldn't be able to fit the heliocentric model on that television. Even if the sun was 1 pixel.
All right, so check this out. Your model is not a viable model, even with or without scale, based on just the foundational cornerstone of your heliocentric model. Helios, we are told, is a ball of gas that somehow collected together and became so heavy that it crushed in on itself because of its own gravity and created nuclear fusion. Now, where's the problem with that? Gases will not form into a cohesive mass for any reason at all. In fact, in order to have a specific volume of gas, you would have to have containment. There are no ways around this. So
what about gas under pressure? What about gas under pressure?
Right off the bat, you don't have helios.
If
for
you
your
have gas
helios-centric
under pressure,
model.
you
I
have to have
think
some
your
kind of
argument
container.
is
You gotta
that
have
it has the wrong name, so the model can't work. That's a horrible
No,
argument.
No,
that's
no, it
nothing to
doesn't.
do with
Models
the
don't.
name.
We
Right?
don't live
I
on
still
models.
can predict a eclipse because of our model.
Because
No.
we're
No, it's
reaffirming
not
you
your
can't.
model.
No.
I can
Pat,
predict
No.
No, you
right where
No.
the sun
you
will
get,
be
all right,
on
Joe,
my model,
No.
not
Joe,
yours.
go ahead and predict it for me. When is the next eclipse going to be? Where is it going to be visible from? Go ahead.
Google it in 2 seconds.
No, not Google. Not Google.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
by the
you
way,
said,
there's
you
a
said, listen, you said you
yeah,
could predict it. You
yeah,
said you could predict it.
Not
yeah.
Google.
Nobody uses a
I
heliocentric
said
model to
using
predict
our model.
eclipses.
You didn't
No, that's
No, they
not
interject,
how
don't
they
use
do
so
it.
you just got on me about that.
They don't
Joe,
use
that's not
that.
how they do it. They use a geocentric system called the Saros cycle to
Yep.
make predictions about eclipses. It has nothing to do with the heliocentric model. It's
It
just
has nothing to
pattern.
do with
It's just
the
pattern recognition.
it
It's a
has
Something
pattern.
that you
nothing to
Right.
do.
lack.
Wait. It has nothing to do. Whoever predicts these models with them believing that the moon circles a sphere.
No, not at
Bro,
all.
you are
Nonsense.
retarded, bro.
No, not at all.
Nonsense.
No.
That's the
They
way we know
do
it's going to
not
be
use
back
the
24 hours
heliocentric
later
model
because
to
it's a
make
sphere.
predictions.
No, Joe Cool,
No.
not because it's a sphere, because it's like a sky clock. It runs on a pattern. Like towards the end of the month, you see, what do you see? You see the months, you see the moons start to disappear and then
Yes,
reappear
yes,
a different way.
yes,
So it's
yes.
just a pattern.
Yeah, but
It's a
dude,
pattern,
low
and
IQ
people
people
just
don't have pattern
It's
recognition.
it's
Joe
it's a
it's
pattern. It has nothing to do with the globe. It's just a
I
pattern.
disagree if you say it's a pattern, and I agree that it is. In the summertime, I think according to the flat Earth, it makes a smaller circle and a bigger circle in the wintertime, if they have that right. But we know the sun takes the same amount of time to make the small circle as the big. Somebody with a higher IQ, the guy
All right,
who's trying
wait
to
a
make
minute.
all the low ball cracks.
Are you
Explain that
familiar
to
with
me.
a 33 RPM record?
I am familiar. I'm old. Yeah.
Okay, so you know what an LP is, right? So that LP goes around at 33 1/3 rotations per minute. But the music doesn't speed up or slow down at all, does it? The record never changes. The record never changes its rotations per minute.
How does
yet
this
the music
analogy
still comes
apply?
out.
Because you could
Okay.
hear that it maintains the same speed, whether it's
No,
on
no,
the
no, no.
outside of the record or the
we
inside
know
of
the
the record.
distance is
never
different.
changes.
We know that on the inside of the record, it travels a very small distance, and on the outside of the record, it travels a very long distance.
Sure
If we're
does.
going to use time and we say it takes 1 second to travel a small circle, we know if it takes 1 second to travel a big circle, it moved faster.
Okay.
That's obvious. That's logical.
Okay.
You don't
So in the winter, that sun should be flying to cover
Why?
that huge distance.
Why? Does the record speed up when the stylus gets closer to the middle?
The circle.
But that's not a.
The angular velocity remains the same.
But how?
Joe,
it's the same 360
Explain to me
degrees.
how we
It's
cover
like if
a
you
longer
Joe, you ever
distance
ran
in
track?
the same time. Explain
Joe,
that
you
to
ever
me.
ran track?
I have not. I've seen it on
inside, outside
TV.
lane.
Okay, so when you go ahead, Chicago Cubby.
No,
Bear,
no,
finish.
no.
No. Finish that point because that's right. That's exactly it. Finish
Because
that
if
point.
you're
Go
on the
ahead.
inside lane, it looks like you're gonna, be traveling faster until you get to the straightaway.
There is no looks like you do have an advantage if you're on the inside lane. That's why they stagger
you don't.
You start.
Hey,
Not
Joe, can I ask you a
necessarily.
question? Are you taking into account the actual height of the sun in this process? It's
I
going
would
to be
love
visible
to.
higher up. Okay, further out, you'll be able to see it if it's higher up. If you're lower in elevation, the height of the sun attributes to what you're looking at. So the further south you are, the higher the sun will appear to you. Okay, in its circuit.
Okay. But that doesn't explain the time it takes to travel that circuit.
No, it's in the same circuit that it's in. The sun's in one location. You're further away from it looking up, and it's in its height. The height of the sun does attribute to what you're seeing further south you go.
Well,
So Joe, you
Yeah.
have a problem that the sun changes speeds throughout the course of the year?
I don't believe it does.
Okay, so let me ask you something. Where are you located?
Right now I'm in Colorado.
You're in Colorado. All right, well, that's not that much different than. All right, so let's say somebody who's in Canada and somebody in Florida. Well, the person in Florida is spinning faster than the person in Canada. You believe that?
Let me think. The person in Canada, he's like, I don't know, higher in Chicago, and the person in Florida is spinning faster.
Yeah, the people that are closer to the equator would have to be spinning faster than the people closer to the pole. And yet, when we travel north-south, we don't feel that effect of any kind of change.
Yeah, I agree. We don't feel that effect. You still have not solved how you cover a longer space in the same time without speeding up.
The sun speeds up,
I just explained it.
but the angular velocity doesn't change.
Do you guys agree with him that the sun speeds up during different times of the year?
In the winter.
No one's ever measured that.
Well,
yeah, actually they have, because you can measure the time of twilight, which they have, and in the winter, twilight is much quicker, much shorter than in the summer. That we actually observe the sun move faster in the winter than in the summer.
You guys agree? Because I want him out on a limb, and I want all of those round earthers making videos about this. You agree that the sun speeds up in the winter, or is he out on a limb with this?
No, of course it does.
Okay.
So this much I know.
That. Did you understand what he said about the twilight?
I don't think I do. No,
well,
I don't think I understand that twilight means.
You were too busy trying to think of.
No, I heard him. I don't understand.
He was too busy listening to his handler in his ear.
Joe, man.
I know you're not a legit person, Joe.
Because you're mad, bro. Right,
bro? You're one of the most ignorant people I've ever had.
I must be because you're mad and your arguments suck. So you got to call
me. Arguments don't suck. You're just
so Joe
dumb.
thinks that the sun stays going the same speed, but he thinks the Earth is turning. But it doesn't matter if the people in the fucking equator are going much faster than the people up near the pole. That's like so backwards, Joe.
You put the second half. I didn't get a chance to even ask the second half. You just
attributed. But as I said on my point that
somebody's
I made originally. Who is that?
Somebody.
Who is it? No, it's not me. It's that guy at the bottom with the T, whoever that is.
Yeah, mate. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
You're echoing, Tony. You're echoing.
Bad.
You're echoing. Really bad.
All right. Cool.
There we go.
It wasn't me,
Better
thank
now.
goodness.
But my original point, Joe. You're still echoing.
Turn off your YouTube.
Might have to drop him for a second.
Yeah.
Oh,
my God. One of the two.
Jesus.
It's not me.
Oh, man.
Come on, Tony.
You might have to.
Tony, I gotta take you off, buddy. I gotta take you off.
Give me a headache.
No, I gotta take you off, bro. You gotta get your sound fixed or whatever. But my point, Joe, about your model that you say you have a working model, you don't, because I killed it right from inception.
You said because the star can't be made out of fusion. That's nonsense.
No, it's not, Joe. Until you can show me demonstrably that you can have a specific volume of gas collapse in on itself, not expand away from itself, but to actually close in on itself or gather together for any fucking reason outside of containment. You don't have shit. You
I
only
can
have
show you a model. You just would not understand it.
Joe, that's the problem.
Right, because
you can't replicate this model. You just can't do it.
Sure, I can. You just don't understand it.
No. We
it's
do.
replicated
Joe,
right now. The reason you are breathing air right now is because gravity is holding gas, pulling it down.
Go away, Joe. I can't take you tonight, bro. No. I cannot take you tonight. I'm sorry. I just cannot take you tonight. Not gonna do it. Did you get your sound worked out, Tony?
Tony?
He's muted. That's better.
Anyway. Get his sound worked out.
He's muted, so don't matter.
As soon as a motherfucker wants to come on here and start telling me about gravity pulling on air, just go the fuck on. I've been over this a million times. Until you can demonstrably prove that through a scientific experiment that demonstrates air being affected by gravity, gravity preventing the equalization of pressurized gases, I don't even want to fucking hear it. And then because the next goddamn thing out of your mouth goes, the pressure gradient.
The
it's
model
like, hey, dumbass, you got to have the pressure to have the gradient.
Man, these guys live and die by their motto. All
Parallax.
they have is that model. They're like, the model says the model. You know what the model is? The model is that GPS that tells you Walmart is that way. Meanwhile, Walmart is right in your face, and then those dummies are going to follow the GPS.
Yep.
They're going to take the GPS route and be like, Walmart was right there. Now I've got an extra 15 minutes that I have to double back just so I could get to my destination.
Yeah. Well, I don't see why you couldn't get the fact that height at that the angular height would actually appear to be going slower the further, the higher it is. It's not that hard to figure out. If the sun's further away in the wintertime, it's going to be higher in the sky.
Black holes. What's this? Black holes release gas pressure.
Oh, I think he means farting.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there's pressure without containment, right?
Yeah.
And black holes are real too. Yeah.
And that's what happens, man. Like those debates, they're just useless, man.
Hey, Sav, pull up the video where they claim they sent a probe to the sun and they recorded.
Oh yeah, the Parker Space Probe.
And there's sound, so apparently there's sound in space.
I know. Yeah.
Listen, it is the goofiest shit.
The damn sun.
How do you send a probe to the sun, Icarus? Like, come on.
What is the sun? Where is it actually? That's what you got to ask. This is why I say none of these things are in the realm of science. At best, they belong in the realm of esotericism, because the only thing we can do is look at them. Okay. Now we feel the effects of the sun. Right. And some people are sensitive enough to feel the effects of the moon in its different phases. I do believe that these frequencies of the various, what we call stars, do have some kind of an influence on us because we're very resonant frequency based creatures. This is why they're bombing you with frequencies all the time to cut off your connections. So, outside of that, all we have is observation and speculation. But those speculations still have to fall within the realm of possibility. They have to fall within the realm of possibility. Now we can go biblically and say the water's above. We've also seen where there's a thing called sonoluminescence that is a byproduct of frequency and sound in water. And they call it star in a jar. Maybe some of you have seen the experiment. You can just go on YouTube and put in star in a jar, and it'll pop that video right up. They do seem to exhibit cymatic frequencies, but outside of those observations and speculations, what can I really do to test any of those things? What can I actually do to verify that my hypothesis or speculation is even close to correct?
Tony.
Am I still echoing?
Yeah, it's Tony.
Am I still echoing?
Yeah.
Am I echoing or not?
Yeah, you're echoing all over the place. So.
Tony, do you not have headphones, dude?
Yeah, put in some headphones or something. Yeah. Wow. All right, let me get on with this here.
Statement. What we're going to do is kick it into the open dialogue. Before we do that, just a couple of other housekeeping things. First, if you haven't yet, please do hit that like button. We appreciate your support. And
Mikey,
if you are watching live, this is your opportunity. Modern Day Debate has just put a poll in the live chat. This is a great opportunity to vote on whether or not you think the Earth is flat, globe, or you are unsure. With that, we'll kick it into open dialogue. Thanks very much, gentlemen. Floor is all yours.
Sure. Hey, Nathan, you just false in your opening statement. I'd like you to correct it. You said once you go flat, you never globe back. Would you please correct that right now?
No, yeah. When you go flat, as far as like testing the Earth yourself, I know you might have some flipper floppers that haven't tested the Earth themselves for 10 years like I have. But once you do that, there's no way you're going to go back to believing you're on a cartoon ball because strangers went to Antarctica and looked at the sky.
Hey, Nathan, I know you're personal friends with Jaron and Robbie, and I really don't think you should do this to them right now. Were they true flat earthers? Because they're not anymore.
I don't care what some dude thinks about the shape of the Earth.
Hey,
Do you have
Nathan.
any
Nathan,
for your globe relation, bro.
Nathan,
Like,
you
we're here to
made a
debate.
false statement. You said once you go flat, you never globe back. That's false. Your own friends, Jaron and Robbie, are no longer flat. Will you please correct your false statement right now?
That's not false.
All right. So we're gonna move on to the evidence that the
What
Earth's
a weird
globe
way
or
to
not.
start a debate.
You're off topic, Nathan. That's not what this debate is.
Off topic. We're not here to talk.
He ignored
The debate is,
all
did
the
you kill
measurements.
flat Earth? Remember, this is what I wanted to get to, because it was like, hold on, you're the one that said you were going to keep this to, did you kill flat Earth? Well, obviously you didn't, man. You know?
Yeah, he's now talking about like opinions and majority minority opinion.
Right. That's not anything scientific either. I mean, we had people at one time, the scientific consensus was that mice could spontaneously generate out of trash. You know, this is what the experts at the time said. Well, we know that's not true, but you know, come on. Well, they actually, doctors would blow smoke up people's asses if they were a drowning victim.
Oh, is that where that comes from?
Yeah. I don't, and there's no evidence that did anything or helped anything. I think it was just some perverted doctor wanting to do something to somebody's dying body.
Dude, you don't really even have to go so far back in history and be so extreme. I mean, just when I was a child, they taught us the food pyramid.
No, I know.
I mean,
yeah. They taught us to curl up under your desk
so that you wouldn't get nuked.
Yeah, because of a nuclear bomb. And I was thinking to myself at the time, have you ever seen these fucking nuclear bombs, man? It doesn't look like the desk is going to do a whole lot, you know? And of course, you're comparing that to those propaganda films everybody's seen of the house, the little model house getting blown over. And then they had another one where they had the camera like set up in a living room with mannequins. And then the blast happens outside and it just obliterates everything. And I'm thinking to myself,
except the camera.
How did the camera survive that shit, right?
It didn't. It wasn't there.
But, you know, it's so fearful, you don't really think about it. And after all, you got this trust already. You've been instilled with this trust. That,
those videos are miniatures.
Government and this, that, and the other, you know. Listen, it was a serious thing when the news came on TV. You know, it was like, shut the fuck up. The news is on. And that's how
Walter Cronkite.
Yes. And
CIA.
And they were picked like that because they were a grandfatherly looking, concerned man, you know, well-read. You know, they appear to be well-read, educated, but a kind grandfatherly type. Why would they lie to you? Look how smart they are. They got a globe right there, you know, crazy.
That's why they picked Neil deGrasse Tyson, the uncle, the black scientist. Why would he lie?
Unassuming, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why this is why Duffy adopted this preacher persona.
Yep.
It's an unassuming and non-provoking type of a persona or a moniker to have as far as you're concerned. Well, he's a man of God. Well, if you ever talk to him about the Bible, you find out, yeah, he might be a man of God, but I don't know what God you're talking about. Ain't the one that I heard about.
That's
why they chose Obama. I mean, it's the same thing.
Yeah. It's all, well, it's that perception deception. See, and that's what this bird right here was relying on with this final experiment. And Jaron and the rest of them. We'll take a couple of these big ones, we'll flip them, and then that'll get all their people to follow them.
So how did they get them? Is it blackmail? Is it threats of violence, or were they paid, or
money,
was it
probably?
I don't know, but when I'm seeing two separate people drop on a globe, and they were pretty high profile, and they both say the exact same thing at the end of their email or their statement: "I've not been paid, threatened, or compromised in any way."
Yep.
The people of North Vietnam have been very hospitable and treated me well.
Don't look at their eyes, right? You'd see the Morse code in their eyes.
Yeah, I'm sitting there blinking, get me the fuck out of here. You know? I swear, man. But you know, that's the whole thing. I was always I was apprehensive in the first place because I'm sitting there going, how the fuck this guy got such a big channel? You know, like any of them, I'm like, this guy's got all these subscribers, man. I'm like, what the fuck? And I think, like you were saying, Cash, I think that they were kind of trying to pull me into that little club,
Yeah.
or at the very least, rely on my perception of affinity toward certain club members after this experiment took place. And right off the bat, I was looking at it, I'm like, no, this is bullshit.
Yep.
This is bullshit. And they're like, how dare you? You threw me under the bus. I said, no, motherfucker, you threw yourself under the bus. You come back from that shit, your reaction's what gave you away. Yep. Your reaction's what gave you away right off the bat. I'd love to sit down and play some poker with you. Your tells are amazing. Yeah. And it's like that whole way he even reacted to it. And then we're going to wait weeks and weeks before we put out anything from the trip and shit. In the meantime, I'm just going to go online and call people shitheads and everything else. I'm like, fuck you. I don't need nothing to do with you. I've seen everything I need to see. That's it. I've seen everything I need to see. And act like I'm your buddy or some shit like that. Man, I don't fucking know you.
Well,
I mean,
I got a question, Saab. How come Austin Witzett's not a Glober now? I just want to throw that out.
Glober?
Oh, he's not a Glober.
Nope, he's
I
still
think
on
it
the
would
website.
look way too sus. People already suspected Jared. Okay, and then going all the way back to the beyond the curve bullshit, right?
Can I field that for a second though?
Yeah, do it.
Because I've never spoken to Austin personally. I do not know him on a personal level, but his faith does come off as very sincere to me. So there's a big difference between Austin, Jaron, and Dave Weiss, because Austin is a true born again Christian who uses scripture in his daily life, where the other two are just like Jew Satanists. So I mean, and atheists. So
well, when I was in Vegas at the Flattoberfest, Whitsitt was there, and he was over in this little terrarium area that they had inside, and there was a bunch of us over in that area, and he was kind of like over on the other side of it, and I was like, oh, there's Austin Whitsitt. I should go over and talk to him, and I started to, and then something in me just said, nah. And I really didn't understand what that was. It was sort of like, I really don't feel like talking to him. Because I wanted to kind of feel his idea, feel him out on an idea I've had, that the heat we feel from the sun is actually a result of like magnetic induction and not so much primarily heat from the sun itself, but the sun reacting with the plate of the earth, kind of like an induction burner works. It's kind of an idea I've had, because like, it's crazy. You go to Death Valley and you go to right there at Badwater, the lowest point below sea level. It's 280, I think it's 285 feet below sea level. And it's hot as fucking blazes, man. Any time of the year, it's hot as hell.
Wait, where's this?
In Death Valley?
Shit.
A place called Badwater. It's the lowest point below sea level. Anyway,
man,
and it's like, it's hot as a bitch. And then
maybe
about an hour and a half from there and be having to put on a sweater because you're going up toward the Sierra Mountains, and it's like, okay,
do you think because you're so low below sea level that the elevation, just the increase in pressure, would aid along with the heat being as crazy as it is?
It doesn't seem like it would match up that way, because you don't really increase your barometric pressure a whole lot.
Okay.
Not to the point where you would go make that correlation. I can't see a pressure difference like that causing that drastic of a change in temperature.
Okay.
But yeah, so I started thinking about that because I've got an induction burner. And that's really cool. It uses magnetic induction, and the pan is what gets hot. The burner don't get hot. It's the pan itself, and it's the magnetic reaction between the coil in the burner and the material that the pan's made out of. In fact, I could put a piece of newspaper between the two, and newspaper won't even get hot. I can lay that right on there and still cook. But in lieu of a rheostat to change your temperature from high, changing the distance from the burner itself will also do the same thing. So I'm like playing around with this in my head. I was going to run that by him anyway and see what he thought about that idea. Maybe open up that lane of thought. And I started to walk over, and I was just like, something inside me just said, nah, I don't think I'm going to talk to him. And I really couldn't figure out why. I was like, tried to find reasons why I would think that. And I was like, well, maybe it's because he's got a lot of people around him or whatever else, or, I don't know. But I had no trouble going up to other people and talking. So,
well, a lot of people saying Whitsit's like a Freemason and just like a fraud.
Yeah, I get the Freemason vibe from him.
I was just reading the chat.
Yeah.
Damn.
But yeah, listen, you got to be careful. You see these people that are placed out in your path.
Yeah.
And they're very popular and have a lot of people behind them and this, that, and the other. It's like, those are the ones I'm really wary of in the first place.
He did seem to come out of nowhere and then became like the chief flat earth scientist.
Yep. He got big fast.
Yeah.
Like how did you just get to and then he would go off the rails with explanations that I didn't think were necessary.
Yeah. There was a lot. There was a lot when he spoke, and it was like, yeah, that's cool. But then it kind of reminded you of the globe again, because it's like, I don't know what the hell he just said.
And he would talk so fast, which is kind of annoying too.
Yeah. There goes
Tony. There's Tony. Let's see. You got your system? Sounds like you're not echoing now, Tony. You got it worked out?
Can you see? Can you see me?
Yeah, man.
Well, I got fucking headphones on. Hey.
There you go. That works.
Hey, can you give me a minute or not?
Yeah, make it quick though.
Hey, I live in the south corner of Australia, and I know the sun does a 24-hour stretch around the South Pole. I know that.
Okay.
Hey, the only way you can explain.
How do you know that?
Yeah,
Can you
come
tape
on.
it, Chris?
Hey, I've taken a long distance photograph. The long distance as I've taken is 175 kilometers, and I know that it appears to be flat.
Mm-hmm.
But the only way it will work is if you fold it like a tube, and the North Pole's at one end and the South Pole is the other end.
And so we're back into that concave Earth again.
Hey, it works. Look at Aristophanes, right? Aristophanes did a so-called.
Never
did a
existed.
so-called. Hey, it doesn't matter. The storyline is that he put two sticks in and they were far apart, and he worked out if you do that same experiment with the moon, it'll be the same distance, and the stars, they're all the same distance above us, the sun, the moon, and the stars. It's a simple experiment. Why don't you guys go home and do it?
Well, do a 24-hour live feed of the 24-hour sun for us.
There you go.
Please.
There we go. That'll work.
So what time is it in South Australia?
Yeah, show us the sun right now.
Are you in Melbourne
Hey.
or where?
Hey, okay.
Never mind.
No.
Never mind. I just thought of it.
It's midnight here. What time is it there?
Yeah, well, obviously we're about 12 hours apart, aren't we? Can you see the fucking sun there?
There you go.
Hey, the sun is 60 degrees above the horizon and due north at the moment.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Nice.
Yeah, this is my junkyard. This is my junkyard.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That would explain
But yeah, it's quite warm here today. It's
Sure.
about 26 degrees centigrade.
Right.
Sounds real nice. Tony. Windy as hell.
Windy as
Oh,
hell.
sorry. Yeah, no, it's blowing a bit today. I'll go back inside.
All right. We're going to get back on this
But
video.
listen, it's a very easy experiment. Look, you phone somebody about 2,000 miles away from you to the east or to the west, and you ask them what angle is the sun, and you put it down on paper. And you do the same tonight with the moon, and do it the same another night with the stars, and you will see that all of those numbers correlate.
Well, how you do that with the 24-hour sun?
Oh my God.
Well, I'm sorry, Tony. There's things in the sky don't tell you shit about what you're standing on. That's all. That's I don't care what they say. They don't even belong in the realm of science or geometry, for that matter, because we don't even know where the fuck they are. We don't know what they are. We don't really even know what we're seeing.
I just explained to you. Do some triangulation measurements.
Well, I don't give a fuck about them. That's what gets me. See,
But
it doesn't
won't
tell
it,
me
mate?
We're flat earthers, not sun observers.
I'm not
we're
a
flat
sun
earthers.
I'm not a flat sunner. I'm not any of that. I'm talking about the condition of the earth. That's the thing we're standing on. I give a shit not what the stuff in the sky does. It seems awfully clockwork. That's pretty cool. But outside of that, it's not going to indicate what I'm standing on at all.
It could be
What about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? How do you explain that?
I don't explain it because I'm not convinced there is one.
I don't know.
I'm telling you, if you do enough research,
do you have any proof of it?
Evidence.
What evidence? I don't want evidence. I want proof.
Oh, okay. Middle of summer, the sun rises in my southeast and it sinks in my southwest.
It rises.
Hey,
if it rises,
it rises.
You're not 24-hour sun, are you?
Hey, I'm in Australia.
In the true location of the sun.
Let me finish, Dave. If you get another person on the tip of South Africa and another one on the tip of America, each one of those people will see the sun rise in their southeast and sink in their southwest. There is no other way to explain it.
Cool. Now, how does that make the earth a ball?
It doesn't make it a ball.
No, it doesn't make it a bowl either.
There it is. There it is.
Hey, we are living in an enclosed system.
Thank you, Tony.
We are not on the outside of a ball. We're on the inside of a ball.
There are no balls. There are no balls.
Okay, it's a cylinder. It's a cylinder or it's a toroid.
There's no convexity at all. There's no convexity. There's no.
Hey, bring up that photograph of the Black Swan where there's pictures of oil rigs and a camera.
Hold on. Here's what I'm going to do, Tony. I'm going to finish watching this video.
Very good. I'll talk to you when you're ready.
Okay.
Cheers, mate.
Right there.
Cheers, mate.
Okay.
Stop. I got to jet, but it's been real. Y'all have fun. Family. Peace, love. Chat, peace, love.
Right on,
y'all. All right, peace.
Yeah, it was a pleasure, brother.
Yep. Peace, y'all.
Anytime, Ironworks.
Won't even correct your mistake. That's really sad. Okay, so Nathan, let's start with an easy one.
Mistake.
Were you aware that while we were in Antarctica, we live streamed?
Yes, I was aware there were live streams being done.
How did we live stream from Antarctica on a flat Earth? Please explain that on a flat Earth.
So you can only live stream on a globe?
How did we live stream on a flat Earth, Nathan? This is your job in this debate is to argue how what we did and what we observed is possible on a flat Earth. How did we live stream on a flat Earth? Please tell me.
No, that's not what this debate was over. It was whether or not you killed flat Earth. So it looks like Duffy's the first one that went right off topic.
He's changing the burden of proof. Like
yeah, he is.
You had 6 arguments. None of the
Nathan.
live streaming was one of the 6 arguments. So if you could stick with your arguments that
Nathan.
ended flat Earth instead
Nathan.
of just
Nathan.
Can you chill out?
This is part of the final experiment. How did we live stream in Antarctica? Please answer.
Okay, live streaming from Antarctica wasn't one of your 6 arguments. You talked about a 24-hour sun, a 24-hour moon, a celestial south pole, a south pole, airplane flights in the south. If you want to stick with your arguments, I can talk about how those are affirming the consequent fallacies and red herring fallacies. But how you live stream from Antarctica, the same way I'm live streaming right now. We have internet. It's 2025, bud.
How did we get internet in Antarctica, Nathan?
The same way I'm getting the internet right now on a flat Earth, bro.
How?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
How did we have internet in Antarctica?
So the way he
asked
keeps
question
saying
like 5
Nathan
times. I
in that
wasn't
tone
there.
of
I don't
voice
know
is
how we got
so
internet in
condescending
Antarctica. It
and
wasn't one of his
disrespectful
6
and
claims
annoying.
Okay, so Nathan, you know that the flat Earth position is that internet comes through undersea cables. Is that your position?
No, definitely not. It comes through a multitude of ways. It's a collective ensemble of things going on. You've got undersea fiber optic submarine communication cables. You've got towers. They normally put them on mountains, and the microwave towers have a Fresnel zone. And that Fresnel zone has to account for obstruction like trees and buildings. But one of the most famous videos I had on my old YouTube channel before it was erased by your government overlords was a microwave engineer talking about how he doesn't account for curvature, sending microwave signals over long distances. So,
okay, so we were at 80 degrees south, so there's no undersea cables, and there were no towers. There's no cell service in Antarctica. So, do you have any idea how we could have got internet?
Yeah, you weren't
they
there.
might have bounced it off the dome, bro. I don't know. I wasn't there. Is that all you got?
Okay, so that's the easy one. Now we'll get to the hard stuff. There is a South Pole. I'm sure you've seen people take a picture at the South Pole.
Oh yeah.
Right?
God.
I haven't been there. Have you been there?
Have you seen people take a picture at the South Pole, Nathan?
I
No,
haven't been there.
I've never
Have you seen people take a picture of themselves
I've seen people
standing
take
at
a
the
picture of
South
Santa
Pole?
Claus,
Yes or
too.
no?
Going to an icy wasteland and calling a place the South Pole and then taking a picture there doesn't prove you're on a cartoon spinning tilted ball, Will. So,
Okay,
what's your next one?
Nathan, I need you to do
This
me
is too
a
easy,
favor.
bro. This is too easy. Let's go. Chop, chop. Next one.
I need you to do me a favor. I need you to tell me where on a flat Earth the South Pole is, where they're taking their picture with that pole. Where is it on here?
Okay, see, what you do is you just go to a spot on the flat Earth that's a deserted, icy wasteland, and then you call it the South Pole, and then you get gullible globers to go there and take a picture in front of the sign that says, "This is your globular South Pole," and then you pretend that that's how it works on a globe.
Okay, so Nathan, that pole that they're
See how he keeps using his name? That's an intimidation tactic. Okay, so Nathan, look how many times he uses his name. I'd start using his name back. I mean, William. So William.
He's like a teacher, dude. They do it to you when you're growing up. Roger.
Yeah.
Now listen, Roger. You're being scolded, Roger.
Yeah.
I pointed that out a couple minutes ago, and it's not just the repetitive way he's using his name, but also the tone.
Yes,
the
yeah,
condescending, like he's a female teacher,
or like an authority figure of some sort.
Like Nate, like he's like it's so phony baloney and disrespectful and condescending. Like I don't know how Nathan's tolerating it, to be honest.
I know, right? This guy's like a piece of shit.
This is not how sincere, respectful people talk to each other.
Or pastors.
I don't say Dave to preface everything I say to you. That's so weird. People don't talk like that.
Then there's different ways of using it too. And you use it in now he's using it in a authoritative manner, and then there's also within sales using it as an inclusive. You know, like you know what I mean, Dave.
Yeah, to be personal.
You know, that kind of thing. It's more personable, whereas he's using it in an authoritative. Now, listen, you know, I wonder how much you would have to give him before he started using Nathan's middle name. You know,
he's definitely playing mind games.
Yeah, he thinks he's good, but I got this guy pegged. I had him right off the bat. That's why I was I couldn't believe it. I just said fuck it. It was like it was just coming through me when I told him, I said, I got you figured out, you deceitful little demon. I see right through you, bro.
You're taking a picture with, where is that on this map?
I don't know. I haven't been there.
You have no idea where it is?
No, I don't know. I haven't been there.
Okay, so I'm afraid you're not very well researched then, because the South Pole and Antarctica is one of the main differences between flat.
So where the fuck would it be, Duffy, on an AE map like you were showing? It would have to be somewhere around that ring. So where is it? He can't be. That was even deceptive the way he even brought that out. Where would that be on this? Well, there isn't no South Pole. There's no such thing. Did your compass suddenly whip around and start pointing the other way? Dumbass.
Flat Earth and globe, and you have no idea. So if you wanted to get to the South Pole, you have no idea how you'd get there?
No, I've never been there. So did you go there?
I've not been there either.
You haven't been there. I haven't been there.
But guess what, Nathan? Guess what, Nathan? We're not going to say that a place doesn't exist if we haven't been there, right? Have you been to the Dome?
No, I haven't been to the Dome.
Okay, perfect. So don't use an argument with me that you wouldn't use for yourself, okay? There is a poll, Nathan, that people can go to.
Right there, I'd have been like, fuck you, dickhead. You don't tell me what I do and don't do. Motherfucker, I don't know who the hell you think you are. See, that's why I couldn't be in a room with a motherfucker like that. I'd go to jail. Quick.
Well, you know, this is not a debate from what I can tell so far. Nobody's moderated any of this. It's back and forth ad homs almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Where's the moderator at? Just fixing himself in the camera, but
Well,
he's doing his thing. Yeah.
He's a PhD now. Come on, man.
Guess what? They fly there and they take their picture with it. I want to know where that is on a flat Earth. Can you reconcile a South Pole with a flat Earth? Yes or no?
Yes, I just detailed how you go to a specific icy wasteland, you put up a sign for gullible globers that says, this is your globular South Pole that you're upside down on, and then you take a picture because you're a gullible glober and you think that proves the shape of the floor. That doesn't prove the shape of the floor. Well, you're going to need better proofs than this, bro. No one's buying this, bro.
Hey, Nathan, you're off topic again. I'm not here to prove the globe. We're here to see if the final experiment observations and experiments work on a flat Earth, and you're not showing how they work. So
you didn't even go to the South Pole.
Hey, Nathan. Hey, Nathan, we had someone at the South Pole, and you have no idea where that is.
Yeah,
and
it's an icy wasteland. They put up a sign that says, this is your globular South Pole, and then gullible globers took a picture there, Will. Is this all you got?
Is there anything else there, or is it just a pole?
I don't know. I haven't been there, Will.
Okay, so you haven't done research. Okay, so Nathan, guess what? There is a station there. It's called the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. It's massive.
You say so. Without ever being there, that's cool.
So Nathan, you're going to have a very hard time defending flat Earth if you can't even show where this location is that people visit, that my friend visited and took information for us from the South Pole. So we're going to go ahead and move on because you have failed at reconciling a South Pole with a flat Earth. All right, next we're going to talk about the South Celestial Pole. Are you familiar with what a celestial pole is?
Yeah, are you familiar with what a red herring is?
Okay, so if you're familiar with what a celestial pole is, can you please explain how there's a South Celestial Pole on a flat Earth where the stars go in the opposite direction than they do in the north?
Hey, Nathan.
James, can I get the big screen?
Hey, Nathan. It's just, dude, I'm cringing. I'm cringing watching this.
I know. I'd end up. Oh man, I could not be in person with this guy.
Hey, Nathan. Like, doesn't he know that the South Pole is ceremonial? It's just like a stick in the ground, but it's not the actual.
They got like 3 or 4 of them.
There's 3 or 4 of them. So they literally just put one. Most of the time, you enter Antarctica through South America.
Mm-hmm.
They really don't go through Australia or South Africa very often. It's almost always through the tip of South America. So picture the ring of Antarctica, and they put a ceremonial South Pole near the access point from South America. It's not that difficult. This is like the worst argument I've ever heard. And he's so confident in himself. It's bizarre.
He has to be. This thing's falling in on him. So
it's also like he's reading his script. He's got his handlers in his ear. He's saying, "Hey Nathan, hey Nathan, hey Nathan,"
and it's props.
He's not having a real conversation. It's bizarre. This is not a man of God. This is not how a man of God acts at all.
I feel you.
No.
The funny thing is that I think they're crazy because they actually believe that little archipelago they show as Antarctica on maps is actually the whole of the Antarctic continent. That's crazy. It's not.
My friend went there. We didn't go there. I didn't go there. My friend went there.
Mm-hmm. I'd be like, you have
But
friends?
have you been there? Have you been there? Well, you haven't been there.
Yeah, I know. It's like this whole thing. See, this thing is crashing in around him. Nobody's buying it. And like I said, it's exposing the club. That's all. You know, and I had this suspicion of this club for quite some time. You know, I was like, oh, there's always these same cast of characters. Always these same cast of characters. This is odd. And now I'm seeing where they're going with this shit. And I'm like, no. You're not taking me there. No. You're not taking me there. And I saw exactly how this was starting to play out. And then when I saw all the club members come out in defense of what was done down in Antarctica, that's when I went, okay, all right, yep, confirmed. 100%. 100%. Anyway.
And please.
Crystal clear.
You go to Google, right? You go to Google and you type in red herring fallacy. A red herring fallacy is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone distracts from the main topic of the argument by introducing an irrelevant topic. So
what's the topic of the debate? What's the topic of the debate?
Whether or not your final experiment killed the flat earth. That is what it's supposed to be, right, guys?
He always uses all this rhetoric. It's always, what is this? What is that? It's like,
Yeah.
You know what it is.
But I mean, that was what the debate was. That's what he established right in the beginning. That's exactly what he established. So,
yep.
You're in it. I'm still talking, bro. Can you chill with your Tourette's?
You need to tell me what the topic of the debate is before you can establish that I'm going off topic. What is the topic?
You're talking about, the topic is, did the final experiment end flat Earth, which has to do with the ground, and you're talking about a celestial South Pole.
Part of the final experiment was documenting the South Celestial Pole. The South Celestial Pole is not possible on a flat Earth. Your job is to show how it is. Can you do it? Yes or no?
Yeah, what'd you document? Let's see it.
You haven't seen the videos that we have of the South Celestial Pole?
No, I haven't seen them. You haven't shown anything either, bro. Are you going to show anything?
Sure. Will it change your mind?
Yeah, well, it depends on what I see.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Take your time. We're gonna get shown something. Finally, get some showtime, bro. Oh my god, the story time. Ears are gonna start bleeding.
I am a little surprised that you're taking this position that there is no South Celestial Pole, or that I need to show it to you first, but that's okay.
You said you documented it. I'd like to see what you documented. That way I can detail how this is a red herring, has nothing to do with the shape of the floor.
That's not the topic of the debate, Nathan.
Yeah, you thought your final non-experiment ended flat Earth, which is the shape of the floor, Will.
There you go, South Celestial Pole. Those stars are rotating in the opposite direction of the north.
You took that in Antarctica?
Robert Schwartz did.
Okay, cool. No problem. Thanks
Looks
for
like
showing
a
me.
toilet
Now,
flushing to me.
can I get the big screen again? Am I still in it?
Can you reconcile the South Celestial Pole with a flat Earth? Yes or no?
Easy.
A logical fallacy that occurs when someone distracts from the main topic of an argument by introducing an irrelevant topic. Now, the stars have nothing to do with the shape of the floor. Even Einstein has something called a kinematic equivalence. The Ptolemaic model explained the movement of everything in the sky for 1400 years and was unchanged for 1400 years. Now I'd like to stop sharing my screen and show you my watch.
Real quick, Dylan Heron, that's a great one. How did they get Southern Star Trails with a 24-hour daylight when they went?
They didn't. That was Robert Shortman's what he's talking about, or whoever there was. That was way before he went down there. It's one of the guys that's stationed at Scott Base that does all that stuff. But yeah, they didn't do it themselves. They didn't.
So there again, he said, she said, they said. Mm-hmm. I heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend.
It's the
heard
Prague
it from a friend who.
They had this Prague clock built 610 years ago which predates the gravity religion by 200 years, 1666. There's that 666 again. But they had all this mapped out for 1400 years on the Ptolemaic model, what was going on in the sky, assuming a flat Earth. You could also celestial navigate, getting angles to these stars and the sun, and then navigate the oceans, assuming a flat Earth. So this sky argument really isn't helping your globe religion, and it's a red herring. So next.
So Nathan, you should have done a little bit better homework. I even told you the topics that I was going to be covering, so you could have researched it. You could have watched our videos. But you,
Nathan, you were a bad boy. You better do your homework.
Celestial pole can exist on a flat Earth. We observed it. It's a natural phenomenon.
You didn't observe it. How did you observe it if it was daytime the whole fucking time you were down there, asshole? How did you observe a south celestial pole? Or are you talking about your I heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend shit that you were just showing? How the fuck did you see a south celestial pole if it was daytime the whole time? You fucking liar.
Phenomenon. So we know it exists. So the real question is, can you reconcile what we observed with our own eyes, what we filmed, with a flat Earth, yes or no?
Yeah, I got this flat Earth dome I picked up from Joe Hanby, and we can actually show star trails in the north and star trails in the south and 24-hour moons in the south and 24-hour suns in the south and rainbows and halos and sundogs and eclipses. And just about everything you see in the sky can be modeled right here, or at least shown a physical representation of. So
yeah, I'm very familiar.
Better proof you're going to try and end flat Earth.
Hey, Nathan, I'm very familiar with Joe Hanvy's model. I actually offered him to demonstrate it on our channel, which he declined. And I've refuted his model. So when it comes to his model and the celestial poles, his south celestial pole is a reflection of the north celestial pole.
Your south celestial pole is an assumption, because there ain't no way you saw a south celestial pole if it was 24 hours of fucking daylight. And your little picture that you got from somebody who took a picture of a picture or whatever the fuck that was that you just showed everybody on your phone, not good enough, dickhead. You can't say we saw if you weren't part of we. I hate that, man. That's what these globers do all the time. They're like, we can do this and we do that. Now, like, Joe, we can predict an eclipse. Oh, okay, well, predict the next eclipse for me then. Well, hang on, let me get on Google. Oh, wait a second.
Yeah.
So you're not part of we.
Didn't they screw up the last one they predicted by days? There you go.
Oh, the path of totality. They had to move it like a few days, almost like 5 days before it actually happened. They had the path of totality wrong. They had to move it over.
They're so accurate with their predictions, aren't they?
No, they're full of shit. That's their only claim to power, is acting like they know shit that you don't. And they don't know. They just claim to know. That's it. They don't really have any power.
But in reality, there are different stars and different constellations in the south versus the north. So it cannot be a reflection of the north. So that doesn't work. Do you have any other way of reconciling it or no?
I didn't say it's a reflection. I don't think it's a reflection. And when we project it on the top of the dome, it's not a reflection. So
what's showing up in the south if you're only projecting stars to the top of the dome?
All right, I know you want to play 21 questions about the sky, but the sky,
a reflection of those stars. It's not a red herring, it's on topic, so we can move on. You're failing miserably here. So what about the 24-hour moon in Antarctica? Can you explain that on a flat Earth?
Yes, of course. No problem. Can I get the big screen, James? Sweet. So if you Google affirming the consequent, it's a logical fallacy where someone assumes that because the outcome of a conditional statement is true, the condition itself must also be true, essentially reversing the logic and leading to an invalid conclusion. The fallacy of affirming the consequent occurs when a person draws a conclusion that if the consequent is true, then the antecedent must be true. So just an affirming the consequent fallacy.
So thanks for showing that. I'm actually not doing that. So all I'm doing is presenting an observation that was made and filmed in Antarctica. And I'm asking you to show if it's possible to happen on a flat Earth. I'm not doing anything like that.
Yeah, the 24-hour sun and moon can be modeled right here with the dome.
This was you had one job, Nathan.
So did you.
Joe Hanvey's model is that it's a reflection. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying the 24-hour moon in Antarctica is a reflection of a moon somewhere else?
No, you should go watch this.
Because remember, Joe Hanvey's model uses a flashlight. The moon is not like the sun, so that his model doesn't work for the moon. So can you?
How the fuck do you know what the moon is, or the sun, or any of that shit? None of it even belongs in the realm of science to begin with. And it's like, what the fuck is this shit with looking at the sky?
Yeah,
it's like, dude, you're the one that supposedly went there. Why don't you just show us all the data? Show us all the experiments. Show us all the proof. It just tells everything.
Yeah, I don't believe you saw a 24-hour moon. I don't believe you saw a 24-hour sun. I don't believe you filmed the entire thing that you produced in Antarctica. I believe that you used a host of methods for this production. I think you're a lying sack of shit. And everybody that went down there is a lying sack of shit.
How do you account for the missing day? I won't touch that one either.
Hey, Sav, are you familiar? It's a little off topic, but are you familiar with this post that Robbie Davidson made 6 hours ago on Facebook?
No.
Okay, so this is from today, 6 hours ago on Facebook. Robbie Davidson, who is that Celebrate Truth channel. The Facebook post is a photo, is an AI image of a tombstone with
I did see that. Yes.
And his post reads, after much thought, research, and consideration, I've come to a new conclusion about the shape of the earth. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I wish to act with integrity. I have changed my opinion based on new information that has been presented in Antarctica from the final experiment. And he ends it with, I have not been paid, threatened, or compromised in any way.
Yeah, I got that right here. Hang on a second. I'll bring that
You
up.
can't make that up. And of
well,
course,
listen, in this
my girl
email,
Shelley Lewis calls him out.
and in this email that was that I got a hold of here, it's another big flat earther. Okay. And it says exactly that same at the bottom. I've not been paid, threatened, or compromised in any way.
That's exactly what this. I remembered you said it. So that's exactly what this.
Why would we think they were unless they would brought it up? They brought the topic
exactly. Exactly. This one.
It's like you start running around town saying, "I'm not gay."
Yeah.
Okay. Why? You're gay.
How come you don't have anybody from the TFE themselves on your side? Like, bring them up. And it's like, yeah, we see the 24-hour sun, every season or whatever. But no, they don't want anything to do with this stuff. If you go to
Robbie, anyways, who's Robbie Davidson? I have no idea who this guy is.
He goes way back.
He was on the well. He's not a first wave flat earther from like 2014 or 2015. This guy came a little bit later, more like 2017. He was part of that like third wave of the shill flat earthers. And then, of course, he was highlighted on Netflix.
Was
he during the Beyond the Curve thing?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that was him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Or one of the more famous ones was him.
Well, so that like other one that I was mentioning, I'm not at liberty right yet to say who it was, but it'll be announced soon, I'm sure. They're a co-host on a popular flat earth show that comes on once a week. So let you draw your own conclusions till then. But I mean, I think it's really quite interesting that the verbiage, even in the part where it said, where was that? Where it says, I wish to act with integrity. I've changed my opinion based on new information that has been presented in Antarctica from the final experiment. Now that's from Robbie Davidson's, right? And from that email, let's see, hang on, let me find it. It says, damn near exactly the same thing. See, I'm having serious issues regarding FE. I'm going to have to bow out of it. I know I've done this before and probably sound crazy. Please don't be mad. My reason is I have huge doubts about flat Earth now. Let me see a second. There is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. The AE map is toast. It only works some of the time. That's not good enough. I can't stand behind it anymore. Just a second. These are just one sec here. So please remove me. Let's see. I wish to act with integrity. I have changed my opinion. Now, this is from the email. Okay. I wish to act with integrity. I have changed my opinion based on new information that has been presented.
And who emailed that to you?
I got this from Alex Lowry, but this is in regards to somebody else that's sent it to somebody. But hang on one second. Somebody popped.
But not Robbie Davison.
No.
So they just so multiple people are using the exact phrases.
Yes, I wish to act with integrity, and that's what it says in Robbie Davidson's. And then here in this email, I wish to act with integrity. I have changed my opinion based on new information that is presented.
Can you put both of them on the screen together? Just so like...
Yeah, well, I can, but I don't want to give away who it is, really.
It's like
okay, yeah. Don't dox anybody.
I could do it. Let me see. But yeah, the email's like, okay, I can bring that up. Hang on.
It's like the news. Safe and effective. Safe and effective.
Really? Safe and effective?
So you can see right there, it says, I wish to act with integrity. I have changed my opinion based on new information that has been presented. Right? And this is all based on the final experiment. She lays that out up here in the top. So from that, and then you've got...
Saab, I know who it is. You don't have to say anything else. I know exactly who did this. She's quite a character.
This one. See, exactly the same thing. I wish to act with integrity. I've changed my opinion based on new information that has been presented in Antarctica from the final experiment. And I have not been paid, threatened, or compromised in any way. That exact phrasing is in that email as well. So what the fuck, right? So something's going on. A template.
Flat.
Yeah.
It's a psyop. Flat Earth is a psyop.
They got the memo.
It's just so wild to see so many people all at once, come out. That shows you that it's an operation, It's
well, just that phrasing. Phrasing. How is two completely different people going to use the exact same phrasing and around the same time period within a couple days, if not on the same day, and also have to put in there, I've not been threatened, coerced, or any of this other shit. It's like, if I walked into somebody's house and say, wow, I haven't seen you in a while. Where you been? Well, I definitely haven't been out killing people and hiding their bodies in the woods. It's like, why the fuck would you say that?
Yeah. Well, what's wild, in my opinion, is the Melodome, Austin Melodome and Rose 777. Both of them were like pretty adamant flat earthers, and for them to just change their stance, and and even Will Duffy mentioned Primetime 99, Alex Stein. Like that, those people, which we all knew that, he was,
he's a Jew rat. He's going to go where the,
he's an actor with an IMDb.
He's a fraud.
He's at Mar-a-Lago, he was there last week and stuff.
Yeah, look, he's a Jew rat, so he's going to go where the money's at.
Exactly. Okay. And, and I don't blame him, I still like watching his content and stuff. He's a funny guy, but.
Well, once I know that you can be so easily controlled, I can't really take anything you do as valid.
Yeah, exactly.
Me, even if I find myself in agreement with you, I have to rethink my position just to make sure,
When he first hit the scene as, I think, Conspiracy Castle.
Yeah.
I knew right away. I had that natural flat earth discernment. I knew this guy's a shill.
Yeah.
This guy's a Jew. This guy's an attention seeker. This guy's not legit. And then look at what he's become.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's you're right up there with.
I don't think he would have become as big, and a lot of people, if it wasn't for Brian Stavely, he's connected the dots to a lot of us.
Love Brian.
He's he's connected the bridges between so many of us, here, like, that wouldn't have known each other if it wasn't for him. And
sure,
that's why I'm sad that he's not been making content recently, because I would sure love to hear his take on a lot of this and other topics. Like I used to love listening to his rants and just him giving his 2 cents on it. But he's decided to step back, like, right before all this transpired.
Well, that's why I just say keep it real, and I keep it real, and that's all. I'm not out here to have internet beefs with motherfuckers. I don't care about all that dumb shit. As soon as I see you for what you are, that's it. I don't need to say anymore. Boom, I'm over you. I'm done. That's behind me. That's behind me. You see?
Yeah, it's that.
Yeah.
I'm glad that the cult of personality is under attack. That's really the gist of it. I'm glad.
Listen, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one as well. And it almost as though the club members are looking for a way out. And that's what concerns me. When you see the rats all run in one direction, it probably means there's flood coming from the other direction. You know what I'm saying? So it's, even though you detest the rats, you want to pay attention to what the fucking rats are doing. It could be an indication of something coming along. Yeah. So what's the end game? That's what I got to figure, and for it to all just be happening all at once,
Yeah. And then the rising earth nonsense coming just at the exact same,
Oh yeah. Don't even get me started on those fucking idiots.
It's like, that stuff just hurts my brain. And to see so many, like, whenever Nachikita or Z goes on, and to see, like, they get like 100+ people in their chat, and they're all just like, just brainwashed to this nonsense.
We got 212 here.
Yeah. See this, and this is the real crew right here. Other people, like they float around from different chats, and they feel special in these other chats because they're given a wrench or whatever, and it's just, I don't know. It's so easy for them to just fall for these other psyops.
Jesus, look at here. What's Carrie? Tell us how you really think, how you really feel. Are you for real that she was really doing this? Was she really telling people to self-delete?
That's what I like about Carrie, though. He always calls everybody out.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I've always enjoyed Rose. I got to meet her once at Flattoberfest, and
fraud checks.
And I've been on her show numerous times. But at the end of the day, like I feel like her and other people have been fairly rude to me in the end.
Well, there's some certain tribal traits that I'd have to mention about that one too. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Definitely part of the tribe as well.
But Melodome, that one, it sucks because he sold so many people in the community those Melodome shirts.
Yeah.
And got so many people to connect. And a lot of people, they don't realize that Christian Knapp came up with the name Melodome. He actually has the rights to the whole Melodome show. And Austin took that show from Christian, and that's why Christian just didn't come on anymore.
Morning, Flatoid. So how many of y'all got a Sovereign Soul t-shirt out there? Anybody? You got one of those? Anybody got
a sticky t-shirt?
Well, that's the thing about having a Sovereign Soul. You don't need a t-shirt to say you have a Sovereign Soul.
I don't sell shit. I'm not in it for that. I'm in it because people tell me not to. Okay? I do wear
my Dose of Reality hoodie that the Ceiling Fan Man gave me a long time ago for Brian's channel. I wear that every morning when I get up and go for a run.
Where'd Stinky go? He left us.
I think he was having internet trouble.
He's having internet trouble. He'll be back. But let's get back into this a little bit. This is no, that's just it. Is is I thought about doing that, having shirts and hats and maybe coffee mugs or whatever else like that. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to give those motherfuckers any ammunition, especially since the fact that, all right, so YouTube, the last time I applied for monetization, they said, no, you can't be monetized because you talk about controversial subjects and that's harmful to people. And I went, oh, okay. Well, that means if I'm not monetized, you're not making any fucking money off of me, right? Cool. And you don't want me to be here. So you know what? I'm going to be here. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to be here. And I'm not going to do it so I can sell t-shirts or so I can get coffee mugs. And I've got supporters in my audience that will feel the good spirit and send me some money through Cash App or PayPal or whatever. And I'm very grateful to those people, you know. But I'm not doing this for a living. I'm doing this because I enjoy it. I enjoy squashing the lie. I enjoy exposing evil. I enjoy watching the demons squirm. I mean, I feel like if you can just sit there with like an endless supply of holy water, just sitting there sprinkling the fucking shit on these people, that's what I'm doing. And I want to do that, you know, and I don't, you know, and a lot of people, I guess they appreciate that. So that's my whole aim to be here. I ain't worried about becoming famous or anything or, you know, any of that. I just enjoy a lot of the company that I get here. The interaction, absolutely the interaction, because I find it so hilarious. Some of these people that I run across, man, that they're really bent out of shape about that. If you try to tell the truth, woo, they don't want nothing to do with it. And they'll come in and like that guy on Flatzoids today. I don't know if anybody saw that. That was funny as shit. He come on there and he's, you know, you got to think about this. He had to email Flatzoid to get a link to be able to come on the show. So he was watching at least long enough to know that that's how he could get on the show. Emailed him, got the link, came on, and then asked us why the fuck we were wasting our time talking about that.
Yeah.
Why are you here, dude?
I always ask that.
I'm like, what in the fuck are you even doing here? What, you know, of all the channels there are out there on YouTube, you chose one. Boy, I really hate that shit. I'm going to click on it and go in there and watch it and then say stuff.
Well,
where the fuck is
I found it funny, though. His wife interjected quarter way through and told him to get to work. And that was the funniest part.
Told him he had to go clean the bird cage or some shit. And then his son come in there. And, oh, my God, what a fucking nut.
Well, that's like Luca.
Yeah, what the fuck's up with that guy? Hello, everybody.
But if you did sell merch, you do have the best catchphrase of brainwashing people into thinking for themselves. So
yeah, I do have a shirt. My
started here first.
Made up. I have 2 Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind shirts. They have a QR code on the back that will take you to my YouTube channel, and that's what it says on it. The slogan, it says brainwashing people into thinking for themselves.
Nice.
And
I got Flatzoid shirts just because I agree with him and I help support his show. That's why.
Hell yeah.
And you know, and then I'll tie it back into like some people who still claim to be flat earthers, like Karen B, for instance. You know, like I called into her show, like you know, I was a big part of calling into her show almost every Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And hold on. I was on Karen B's show, you know, calling in every Monday, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, like she just blocked my number and didn't even like, you know, let me know that she blocked my number, because like, you know, I would bring up topics that, you know, she didn't necessarily agree with, or it's almost like she's gatekeeping some things, you know, and like with Nathan Thompson, for instance, like she just like really unloaded on him one of the last shows, and she plays that stupid elevator music.
I hate that.
Every time it's the same, just elevator music.
I hate that music on there. I really do. It's like,
and she's just so negative about things like that. You know, it's like, and it's just the same old nonsense. And she doesn't believe in like the old world Tataria stuff. Like she still thinks that all those buildings were built with the horse and buggy.
Yeah.
And it's just, you know, it's like trying to keep you in this little box.
Yeah. Well, that's there again, the club, as I mentioned before. And I don't trust the club.
Yep, and Carrie's right. You know that Karen set me up with her best friend Carrie, and we went to Flattoberfest together. And like I got to, go to Karen's house, and and I dated her best friend Carrie for a long time, and she was really awesome, and then it just didn't work out in the end, but
Right.
It that
That's cool. Let's go on with this video.
All right.
You reconcile a 24-hour moon in Antarctica on a flat Earth?
We don't know you saw one.
The
Will.
sky does, and what's happening in the sky does not determine the shape of the floor. It's another red herring talking about the sky and pretending you ended flat Earth. Thanks for playing.
Hey, Nathan.
Well, the reason I ended flat Earth, Nathan, is because you nor the entire flat Earth community can explain these things that I'm telling you. Like, for example, they can't explain how we got internet in Antarctica. It's very simple. We got it from satellites. So this isn't good. This isn't good.
Explanations are not proof, Will. I don't know if you know that, but you can walk down to the local tavern, find the local village idiot, and ask him anything under the sun, and he'll give you an explanation for a pint. That doesn't mean he's true. That doesn't mean he's right. Okay? Explanations are not proof. So you sitting over there asking 21 questions about the sky and saying you don't have an explanation for the sky doesn't end what the floor is, bro. You got to be joking.
But Nathan, it's probably reasonable, right, for him to ask for an explanation where he's saying, hey, this, let's say, evidence A seems less probable on a flat Earth than a globe Earth. It's reasonable for him to ask how you would explain it, right? So I do want to, if you're willing to engage in terms of trying to give an explanation.
I haven't seen it.
That's not moderate.
He went and saw it. Good for him. Looking at the sky doesn't determine what the floor is, James. That's all he's got. Great, excellent. We can just move the Q&A.
No, I've got more. It's great. I'm enjoying this thoroughly.
Oh, okay, excellent.
Okay, cool.
Great.
All right.
With the best one, bro.
All right, I will. I'm just going to recap for the audience. So we don't know how you can get internet in Antarctica on a flat Earth. We don't know where the South Pole is on a flat Earth. We don't know how there can be a South Celestial Pole on a flat Earth. We don't know how there can be a 24-hour moon in Antarctica on a flat Earth. Let's talk about the 24-hour sun. So Nathan, will you at least admit that you were adamant that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
I didn't know. I'd never been there.
Nathan, that was not your position. That's false. You never said, hey guys, I don't know if there's one or not. I haven't been there. You joined the rest of the flat Earth community in saying there isn't one. And the reason you guys were so adamant is because it doesn't work on a flat.
Because it didn't happen, Duffy. That's the reality of it. You guys faked it. You're a bunch of fucking liars. Okay, that's all.
That's also like a straw,
I would have thought that there
a
wasn't
straw man, Dave.
Yeah.
Because the reason why we didn't believe in the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is simply because there was never any video evidence of it. And then the 2 or 3 times they attempted to provide that video evidence, it was easily debunked.
Yeah.
As doctored like CGI.
And it's always, will you agree with this? Will you agree with that? It's like, no, buddy.
I wouldn't agree with nothing with you, motherfucker. That's all. Okay? I feel dirty if I agreed with you. In fact, I would be afraid to even shake hands with you because whatever's in you would rub off on me. Fuck you.
one, because every time I posted in the group for 6 years, are you all right, bro?
I'm great.
Every time I posted in the group for like 6 years, if any Glober can show me evidence of a 24-hour sun in the south, because there's thousands of videos of it happening in the north, that would be really great. I'd really appreciate that. And no one ever did after 6 years of me asking. So I was led to believe that it didn't happen. But if it does happen, that's cool. We can already show a physical representation above a flat Earth of how it happens. So
okay, so
I'm going to talk about the floor at all this debate.
Okay, so let's talk about the 24-hour sun. Again, Joe Hanvey's model fails big time. So were you aware that the 24-hour sun that we filmed and saw in Antarctica made a wave pattern through the sky, that it changed elevation consistently? It would go up, then down, then up, then down.
What the sun does in the sky has no relevance to what the earth is or the floor is underneath your feet. I've looked at the floor with high power zoom cameras, infrared, telescope, land surveying equipment, mirror reflection test, laser test. You don't live on a curved pear or a curved ball. So asking me 21 questions about a place I've never been and what happens in the sky there is making you look silly, Will.
Just one question. Just I think some people in the chat are confused because they're trying to understand. Nathan, would you say that a 24-hour sun is a problem for the flat Earth? Like, would you say no? Actually, it's not a problem. We have this explanation. Here it is. Or would
James,
you say
can
we don't have an
show-
explanation?
We can show a physical representation of a dome and how you can get a 20.
Well, we don't know that they actually saw a 24-hour sun. I mean, the video footage was suspect at best. I think it was Rusted Soul run it through forensic software, and it came out that most of the shit was faked. You know, I mean, your whole little operation is falling apart. I mean, we see it for what it is. You mean to tell me that two big globers, all of a sudden go right back to the flat earthers go right back to the globe, right, and say the exact same thing. The exact same thing. Based on the evidence from the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, I have to change my position. I have not been coerced.
I stand right next to Sav on that one, dude. That's true wisdom and discernment, and I'm with you.
Okay, look at Duffy's face right now. Look at that,
dude.
look.
I was just about to say that. Look at his face right now. He looks like if I were to draw him, I would get canceled.
Oh no shit! No shit. What are we? Wait a second.
Look at that nose on that guy.
That's not moderation either. That's 2 against 1. It's like it's not his job to make sure that your chat understands what's going on. It's like your chat is full of globers. Besides the point. And it's like,
oh no shit.
There's globers in the chat.
Throughout time, that's what they depict the demons
in modern day debate. Sorry,
like that, and
he's Mossad, yo. That guy must be Mossad, no?
It's unfortunate that like during the time they were supposedly in Antarctica and doing this experiment, that a lot more of us didn't go outside and document the sun from where we were, during those days. So we could be like, well, if you're seeing it down there, I still see it over my head here where I'm at the same day. So therefore, how do you explain that?
Hey, Roger, look at there. Toon says he'll pay you $100,000 to anyone that goes to Union Glacier in December and sees the sunset. You pay me $100,000 if it circles 24 hours a day. How about you come over here and suck my balls, Toon? How about you do that?
Is Toon here?
Yeah.
Imagine.
How about you come on over here and suck my balls?
No, dude. If you bring him on, I'm out of here.
No, he's not coming on here. Fuck him. I'll let him on here if he'll come on here with Brenda at the same time, because I've never seen him and Brenda at the same time.
That's true.
Just like people say, Will Duffy looks like Jake the Asshole.
Yeah, he does.
They do. I don't think they're the same guy, but they definitely look alike.
Yeah, they look alike. But Jake the Asshole is actually funny. I enjoy his content.
Sort of, yeah.
Am I a total coward? I haven't gone anywhere. I'm still here, McToon.
Why
Where
are
am
you
I
so
going?
threatened? Why is he so threatened by low-level YouTubers?
Yeah. It's because he knows his fucking money's going away now. He knows his gig's up.
Yeah, why does he invest his time into coming into people's chats and trolling and like
they all do
poking at us? We're just trying to have a conversation about this debate.
I don't think I've
ever found my way onto his channel.
How about we do this, Toon? Why don't you put it up for measurable convexity? Measurable convexity. Consistent with the radius value given for the Earth, 360 degrees around a single point at 3 different places on the Earth. Then you might have something. We don't have to prove anything. You do, dickwad. Okay?
Prove you have $100,000 to be.
Yeah, let's see the $100,000, motherfucker. You ain't got shit. Shut the fuck up.
You still say
Yeah,
it's
no,
on a weight
$100,000.
Just like when he went to a lake by himself and proved that there was curvature on the lake. He was supposed to meet a flat earther there, and the flat earther didn't show up, and so he did the experiment all by himself.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, there, look, it's curved.
You got $100,000 like Fort Knox has the gold bar.
And by the way, those observations are due to atmosphere, the ones he's screaming over and over again. If Pablo does monthly observations and gets an accurate reading due to all the conditions, and it just debunks the globe daily, dude. So nothing you can show us is going to change that.
Tune, look at him. Run, cowards. Shut up, you effeminate fucking man-child. Jesus Christ. Check your estrogen levels, brother.
Bro, I weigh more than his testosterone level.
No shit, man.
And use different, rhetoric, just calling us cowards when we're here having
up your shit talking
intellectual debate.
He's like some kind of a greasy little fucking baby Huey looking motherfucker, you know? It's like, get the fuck out of here, dude. You know?
Call me a coward to my face, dude.
Yeah, right? I fucking mash your face in, Betty.
Yeah, I'll be doing a show in an hour, McToon. If you want to come over to my channel, you can come over and you can present all your evidence for me.
If we can do like Globey and Flat Earther cage matches.
Yeah, right.
Some UFC.
Dude, you don't even know if you're a fucking male or a female, dude. I don't even nothing about you is
Where the
right.
freak are we running to,
dude?
anyway?
Holy shit. Go on back down to the youth center and coach some more children. Tune. Go on back down there with your youth frisbee or whatever the fuck it is you hide behind.
Does he coach children without having any children, or does he have children?
I don't know what he does, man. I don't think he's allowed within a certain distance of a playground, to be honest. But
He's just here to trigger it.
Yeah.
It worked for a bit. I'm over it.
no, it's not even really working. It's like, what a fool. You
Yeah,
know?
I mean, we don't know who, if any of these people. I mean, Duffy definitely doesn't appear like he's a real preacher.
Look, am I going to really take somebody serious that went and made a video? It's bad enough if he were to just have done it, but to videotape himself stomping around in the ice, yelling into his phone at Nathan, "Where's the guns? Where's the guns?" Like some kind of an effeminate man-child. It reminded me of like a little girl yelling at her boyfriend at the mall on the phone, you know? Just, it was so cringe. I'm like, dude, you're how old? You know, and you act like a little 12-year-old fucking girl, you little effeminate man-child. Jesus Christ, man, get a life. Holy crap. Feel bad. I bet you're never mind. I ain't going there. Just leave it.
I think he's done. I ain't seen him say, oh, there he is. Another one. Another reward.
We ain't seen no $100,000 there, Toonie Boone. Let's see it. And I want to see cash. I want to see fucking cash. That's what I want to see.
I want gold.
Yeah, I want it in gold. Yeah, cash is going out the window, man. I want it in that Federal Reserve gold. That's what we're after.
Over a flat Earth with a dome. So no, it's not a problem if he saw a 24-hour sun.
Okay, so Nathan, here's the issue. People have noticed, and I brought this up to Joe Hanvey, and a lot of people have brought it up to him, that he's not putting the camera inside the dome. He's putting the camera on the outside of the dome to get what might look like a 24-hour sun. But if you put the camera inside, you would never see it. So that's actually a false model.
Well, wait a second. How do you know? Did you put a camera inside it and check it? No, you didn't. You're just making an assumption. You don't know what the fuck it looks like inside there any more than what you're just speculating again.
Because we were not outside of any dome. We never saw any dome. And there was no camera outside the dome. Our cameras were all in Antarctica. So his model doesn't even work. If he were to put a camera on the inside of his dome, there would be no 24-hour sun. Now, again, Nathan, did you notice in our videos that the sun made a wave pattern through the sky? Because Joe Hanvey's model doesn't do that.
What the sun does in the sky over a place I've never been has no relevance on the floor that I've tested for the last 10 years and just showed you about a dozen evidences it's not curving in all directions. we don't have a physical geometric horizon. We see way too far. Thanks for playing, Will.
Okay, Nathan, I'm happy to move on.
No curve, no spin.
Let's talk about southern flights. So Critical Think flew nonstop from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia. Can you please explain how that flight is possible on a flat Earth and where the path of that flight travels on a flat Earth?
I don't know. I haven't taken that flight. I just test the floor. Well, that's what I do. But I do have pitch data from a 2-hour airplane flight, United Airlines flight. Here's the pitch data. If anybody needs it, send me an email, flatearthflyers@gmail.com. But the pitch data shows that the airplane flew straight and level for 2 hours. Now, if you do the math for the globe religion, after 2 hours of flying straight and level, you would be 120 miles above the surface of the Earth. You could almost stop at the ISS and pick up those stranded astronauts if this was the case, guys. But yeah, we got the pitch data. The attitude indicator only works if the plane is flying straight and level over a flat, non-rotating Earth, and the FAA trains pilots on the target generation facility, which is a flat Earth simulator that negates rotation and negates a gravity vector. So airplane flights aren't doing your curve any justice.
Okay, Nathan. So you went off.
I'll tell you something, Tune. Here's what I'll go along with your little bullshit thing. All you have to do to get me to go along with it is produce, okay, a pressurized ball of gas without containment. That's all you got to do. No containment, just a gob of, I don't care, carbon dioxide, whatever, at a higher pressure than what's outside of it, and we'll go with it.
I was even talking with Grok, the Grok 3 AI on X about that. Having a non-contained pressurized system next to a vacuum, and Grok was even having a hard time, wrapping its mind around explaining that properly. Other than just like gravity and such the weak force that this theoretical thing called gravity, was doing.
Yeah. Why don't you go time out for 5 minutes there, Tune? We're tired of hearing your face. Fuck off, Tune. That's what I got.
I was getting ready to do the same myself, but you right there.
I took care of it. I got him. 5 minutes of cooling down. Little child. He's probably ranting. He's having a rough time. Cowards, because like everybody's got $100,000 extra laying around and shit. We don't all live with our mom, dickhead. We don't all get shill money like you do, dickhead.
He's like Porky Pig.
Yeah, the amount of ridiculous super chats that people give him is just, it has to be from like some type of operation and
USAID.
Yeah, USAID. You're gonna watch his shit's gonna. That's why he's got to slum it over on my channel now, because this shit started. The titties drying up, baby.
If it's even real, because a lot of them big YouTubers, they all like send super chats to their buddies to try and get other people to follow line. They don't really, get some of that shit, or they all share it.
It's all shared. It comes out of a general fund.
Yeah, they give it right back. It's like when you win the lottery. Or when someone wins like Powerball, they go, bankrupt within a year or two.
Oh, yeah.
Because it just gets trickled right back into the slush fund.
Of course. I don't think anybody ever really wins that thing anyway, to tell you the truth. But
topic again. We're talking about a very specific flight that's part of the final experiment. You have not explained how that flight works on a flat Earth, and you actually just said something completely false. Number one, the FAA does not train pilots, so you should stop saying that. Number two, pilots do not train on a target generation facility. That's false. Where did you get this? It's completely wrong. Was this from TikTok?
The Federal Aviation Administration assumes a flat Earth when training pilots and air traffic controllers using their target generation facility. The TGF consists of several software programs that control simulation scenarios using simulated aircraft. The TGF computer simulator drive almost almost all of the air traffic control laboratories of the FAA William J. Hughes Technical Center. The FAA states our lab has worked closely with the TGF group to have aircraft perform the way air traffic controllers would expect them to behave in a real, natural airspace systems. NAS.
What are you reading from?
This is from The Greatest Lie on Earth by Edward Hendry, and it has citations from the FAA website.
Okay, so number one, the FAA does not train pilots. You are incorrect there. They certify pilots. They don't train them. Number two, pilots are not trained on a target generation facility. That's for air traffic controllers. That's not for pilots. If you go find a pilot and ask him if he was trained on a target generation facility, he's going to say no, because they're not trained on a TGF. So you should just correct that going forward, because it's wrong. This is one of the issues that I found in the flat earth community, is they don't do research with people that might disagree with them. All the flat earth community had to do was reach out to Anthony Powell or Robert Schwartz about the 24-hour sun, but they refused to do that and took a position that there wasn't a 24-hour sun. If you just reach out to a pilot and talk to him.
Sav,
you're muted, Sav.
We still don't know that there's a 24-hour sun, because all we got back was a bunch of fucking lying motherfuckers coming back with bullshit. You see? And you know, we look beyond just what you all say. It's how you say it. It's the manner in which it's released, the reaction, the body language. There's too much to it, man. There's too much to it.
That was a missed opportunity by the flat earthers too. Like, they could have interviewed the pilots and asked them what they think about flat earth. You know, maybe they would have said the opposite, but I'm just saying it's a missed opportunity.
Well,
we get a lot of that though.
But see, they're still trying to float the thing that they saw what they said they saw, and I don't believe they did. I really do not.
You know, I spend a lot of time at airports, and I notice one thing all the time, that pilots, they are very kind of antisocial people. When they're outside waiting for their shuttles or their cabs, they don't talk to anybody.
No.
They don't even look at anybody. They're literally like NPCs.
Yes.
Pilots are literally, they live their lives on autopilot, in my opinion. And I've seen them do some of the weirdest shit that you would only see maybe like an AI do. Like,
I personally asked a couple pilots, and then my friend, he asks every time he flies, and they always tell him that it's flat. And I also took a level on a plane myself, and I set the tray down in front of me, and the little bubble stayed right in the middle for almost the majority of our flight. Once we got to cruising altitude, I filmed it, and you know, that's similar to having pitch data. You know, it's just right there in front of my tray. It's like a level. You know, if the plane would adjust its nose at all, it would move. The little bubble would move.
All right, we're ready.
To him, he will tell you what I'm telling you.
Okay, so just whatever a pilot says, we'll just believe that. Excellent.
Okay, so back to the topic of the debate. Can you please explain how a nonstop flight from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia is possible on a flat Earth?
Yeah, of course. If you look at the pitch data, which I'll put back on screen, I don't know, maybe you weren't paying attention. The pitch data shows that they fly straight and level the entire duration of the flight. They also have an attitude indicator, has a gyroscope inside. The reason they use a gyroscope, because it keeps its rigidity in space. Once you spin that thing up, it stays on that plane of rotation. And so if we were flying around a globe, which is a cartoon, by the way, guys, the orientation of the gimbal base would change with respect to the gyroscope. So, and we got the pitch data too, bro. So thanks for playing.
So I'm talking about a very specific flight here. And the reason...
Andy's going by a certain map, very specific map that we don't necessarily have to adhere to.
Would you like the data for the flight?
Well, here's the big news flash, and I hope Toon's still listening. As of today, as of right now, as of this very moment, they are still using the azimuthal equidistant map. Yes, indeed, they are. They are still using it. So regardless of what you and a bunch of other clowns did in a snowbank where you claimed in Antarctica, It doesn't fucking matter. No one even knows about your stupid shit. You realize that? If I were to walk out through my town, in fact, through my entire county, asking random people as I went along, what did you think of the final experiment? They'd say, what the fuck is that? Half of them would think I was talking about Hitler's order to kill the Jays, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
No, not the final solution, the final experiment. You know?
Elon's definitely
the
not
fuck are you
talking about it. I haven't
Yeah.
heard him say anything about the final experiment.
No, Elon hasn't said anything. Donald Trump, in fact, Donald Trump hasn't come on your channel at all, Duffy.
Yeah.
Donald Trump came on my channel. We all saw it. We all heard him. We know it was him.
Hey, McPoon, were you or Duffy the top or bottom? That's all I want to know. Sorry.
Ooh, do they have a bottom-friendly diet in Antarctica? That's what we're wondering.
Carrie Skates in the chat says, that creepy smile, people have been killed for less.
I know.
Dude, if we weren't any kind of threat to him, why is McToon haunting me now? That's what I want to know.
Easy. No. Duffy, turn to the right. Okay.
Does it show that we live on a cartoon globe?
Would you like the data for the flight?
If it shows we live on a cartoon globe, then I would love to see it.
Okay, so Nathan, the reason this flight doesn't work on a flat Earth is because it's so far south. It begins and ends south of the Tropic of Capricorn. As I mentioned, a flat Earth pushes the south out indefinitely, so distances get far. This flight is impossible on a flat Earth because of distance, and the time that this flight happens, which is about 13 and a half hours, is also impossible on a flat Earth. So can you reconcile that flight with a flat Earth?
Yeah, of course. There's no curve. You're talking about the sky again, bud. It's a red herring. Are we going to talk about the floor at all this debate, Will, or not?
Okay, so I gave you a list of the things that I was going to be presenting that I don't think you can reconcile with a flat Earth. You have not attempted to reconcile them with a flat Earth. I am completely content to go to Q&A at this point.
Excellent. If I could do closing arguments, James?
We hadn't talked about closings, but if you guys mutually agree, I'm open to having closings. Maybe
totally
something
fine.
Like, maybe something.
I mean, that didn't last long.
Like
nope.
3 or 5
and he's
minutes.
got cotton mouth from lying so much. Sorry.
Cottonmouth, isn't that a kind of snake?
That ain't cottonmouth, buddy.
Oh, gross.
Yeah. No, I just
whatever is great with me.
You got it.
All right, he
Go
was
ahead,
first in the
Nathan.
opening. I'll go first in the closing.
Great.
So
that smile.
All of his arguments had to do with the sky, and he thinks looking at the sky is going to prove what the floor is. Now, I've looked at the floor for 10 years. I've used every piece of optical technology you can find, get your hands on, to look at the floor. The floor isn't curving. The Bible says test all things and hold fast to that which is true. I've done that with the floor. So asking me about a 24-hour sun in a place I've never been isn't going to convince me what the floor is. I've tested the floor. Asking me about a 24-hour moon in a place I've never been isn't going to convince me what the floor is. That's, again, the sky. Asking me about a South Pole that you've never been to doesn't convince me that the Earth is curving in all directions. It doesn't end flat Earth. Thanks for playing. Asking me about a southern celestial pole is a red herring argument. You're not even on topic anymore. You're not even talking about the floor. You're off in La La Land trying to Jedi mind trick gullible flat earthers that will listen to what you're saying. I'm not a gullible flat earther, okay? I was looking forward to some evidence. You didn't have any evidence. You had a lot of talking points, a lot of story time. I put up 12 images or so that debunk the cartoon globe religion. Anyone can go test it themselves. And thanks for playing well. I really appreciate your time, and thanks for all the work you did making my YouTube views and my Instagram views and my Facebook views explode through the roof. Keep up the good work, bud. Cheers.
We'll kick it to Will for his closing as well.
Okay, great. So I actually, just so everyone knows, I sent Nathan the list of what I would be talking about, so that he knew exactly what I'd be presenting. He would have an opportunity to watch the videos on the TFE channel and know exactly the arguments I would be presenting. As I predicted, which is why I made this, he would not be able to reconcile the observations and experiments we did in Antarctica and Chile with a flat Earth. Now, this is why there's a major exodus right now. I haven't even gone public yet, that have contacted me and will go public soon, is because there are no answers to this. And so real truthers are going to look at the evidence, and they're going to see the truth and the reality of what we saw. And they're going to see that it simply doesn't work on a flat Earth. And those of and the truthers that are willing to look at it and see the truth of the matter are going to leave flat Earth, like Jaron, like Alex Stein, like Robbie Davidson, and so many others. And so this discussion tonight is a perfect example of how certain people will react when they don't like new evidence that's presented to them that contradicts a belief that they have. And so that's kind of where things stand. And I'm really glad that we did this. And I just hope that people will be able to see that the flat Earth community does not have answers for what we brought back. And so I think that the final experiment has definitely ended flat Earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for both of those closings. We're going to jump into the Q&A, in fact, folks. So we're going to try to move fast. If you guys, gentlemen, because we do actually have a lot already, if you're able to keep your rebuttals to a very slim minimum, otherwise, if we have rebuttals on each question, we have trouble getting to the other ones down in the list later on. So this one coming in from Tango44 says, here's my contribution. Thanks for your question. They said, for Nathan, explain how the sun was up for 24 hours in Antarctica, but for the rest of us, me in New Zealand and you in trailer, it observably continued set and rise. Is there more than one sun? Is the sun a conspiracy?
That would be if we were assuming that what they said they saw was real.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it? See, all these things are trying to reaffirm that that they're not lying. I would say that they're fucking lying. There's too much shit that's suspect. The 24-hour feed that got knocked out, and some reason they had to take it down off the platform as well. The flight, the missing day, the reactions when those things are brought up, the amount of time that was elapsed from the time you went there to the time that you actually released anything, and none of it was worth a shit.
Yeah, they should have no problem, any of them, like McToon or any of them, taking a polygraph, and like that, would at least be something in the right direction.
As far as I'm concerned, I don't care if they take a polygraph. I already know that they're fucking lying.
Yeah.
I already know, okay? Because as soon as you get caught in one lie, two lies, three lies, it doesn't matter what you say now. I don't trust anything that you say. You get to a point where the motherfucker tell me it's raining, I got to go look out the window for myself to be certain of it. So no, I don't trust them. Not for 1 minute. And then you see what's coming about from the shit, you know, and especially like, oh, come on, Witsit, get over yourself.
Yeah.
Your blue steel photograph is fucking cringe, dude. Your studio headshots are cringe. Completely. Come back to Earth, Ziggy Stardust. Okay?
I thought he was going to go on Candace Owens, too. Did that not?
Yeah, what the fuck ever.
Did that not happen?
There's another one. She's married to a fucking Rothschild.
And like, people were calling it about Jaron for like a long time now, like that, that was his whole purpose of getting so big to, because like, look at Will Duffy. That's the first name that came out of his mouth as like someone who turned to the other side. He's like, that was his whole purpose, to be like the largest person in the flat earth community, or at least one of them, and then just to be like, well, he turned because he saw him with his own 2 eyes.
Well, whenever the mainstream media writes an article saying, flat earther debunks flat earth or anything along those lines, it's always Jared.
Ahead of time.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing is this, is that, whole thing is that a lot of people get the impression that I am a flat earther channel. No, not necessarily. Flat earth is just one of the realities that I talk about. Okay. It seems to be a hot button issue, but my channel is all about getting you to look at reality and think for yourself. Stop just taking for granted all this bullshit that you accepted through the perception deception. And that perception deception has been programmed into you from a young age. This is why you've got these fools that have this unwarranted faith in academia. They think that degrees and grades and shit measure intelligence. They don't. To me, it measures gullibility, because that's what it's all based on. You're teaching to a test. You're not teaching for knowledge. And you're not really teaching anything that's going to be useful in anybody's fucking life. You're just filling their minds up with bullshit. And the sooner people wake up and realize that crap, and this is where it starts, is with the earth. They lie to you about where you are, who you are, and when you are. We've all been given collective amnesia.
And the problem with them trying to do it in this community is like, this community is, the whole precept of this group is critical thinking. That's the whole thing. Like, we are for the most part critical thinkers.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just showing the ones that we're here to be, other than that, like the wolves are coming out.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else, though, that's holding their ground, we're critical thinkers.
What we're trying to decipher is almost like this. This is a great way to put it. Imagine you take 2 jigsaw puzzles that aren't put together, and you throw them in a box together. All the pieces together from 2 separate puzzles, and you mix them all up. And that would be hard enough to be able to decipher it out and figure out which puzzle is which one and getting it put together, right? But on top of it, now we've had some little asshole come and took random pieces from other puzzles that we're not even dealing with and throw them into the box too. They don't even go to either one of them. And that's what the system has done, is thrown those random pieces in there that don't belong.
Uh-huh.
And once we found out who was throwing those random pieces in there that don't belong, it's easier for us to kind of look at, okay, that ain't even part of this puzzle. That's some manufactured bullshit to get us headed in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And we see this all the time. And their tactics are really quite clever, but they never change because they have no creativity. And this is why putting out people that are supposed flat earthers that turned based on some flimsy bullshit that somebody said they saw in the fucking sky. We had the same testimony from motherfuckers before these cats ever went, didn't we? There was conflicting testimony from people that have been to Antarctica. Yes, there's a 24-hour sun. No, there's not a 24-hour sun. Speculative video that was less than questionable. That's what we got back from the final experiment too. The same thing. So what did they do that's any different? Nothing. So I have to look at these people that were supposedly big flat earthers. If they've not been able to look at it with the discernment that I have, they gave you nothing different than what was given to you before they ever went. Yet it was enough to make you flip your position. Get the fuck out of here.
And what are the odds that it's all the big flat earthers and not the ground soldiers who, have been holding the line the whole time? It's always these guys.
Yep. And the proof of it, where I'm getting into that with that, the way that email is, the verbiage is exactly the same as this totally separate other guy. They're going to have the exact same verbiage.
Yeah.
That's just too, come on. It's like they're not even trying.
Yeah, it's like they copied and pasted the same.
Yeah, it's like the memo went out and everybody took it.
Script.
Yeah. I am being treated fairly by the Republic of North Vietnam. My captors are treating me well and feeding me on time. It's like, no, they're probably not, but he's got a gun pointed at him. So I don't know, man, these guys.
The southern maps are messed up anyways, aren't they?
What
I'm
is
pretty
it?
sure the southern maps, the Cartesian grid from the south is distorted the distances with the flight. Like he was talking about the flight they're going.
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah,
distances
yeah.
Are not the same. It's not where you think it is.
Right. That's what I'm saying. How do they know that they were at the 80th parallel?
Mm-hmm.
How do they even really know that? They don't.
No.
We don't have any accurate maps. It's just a fact. We don't have any accurate maps. At least we don't, not that we have access to. And like I've said, it's almost like if you had it'd be easy for them, especially by using these coordinate system that they have. For like, imagine you've got a big pizza, right? And you cut a big slice out of it, but then take the edges of the pizza where you cut it and put them back together and kind of face it around, make it a little round so that nobody notices, right? Well, there's a whole goddamn slice of pizza missing. And I'm thinking that's the case with our Earth too, that there's a slice of fucking pizza missing. So much so that I believe there's probably a continent between South America and Australia, somewhere in the South Pacific.
Yeah, it would make sense.
What was that guy that made the New Zetetic Cartesian map? I can't remember who did it, but it has continents in different spots comparably to what the traditional globe has, or even
I'd
the
like
azimuth.
to see it. I'd like to see it if you can find it. I'd love to see that. I'd like to know who did that. That's crazy. Anyway, these questions that come in are pretty dank. Where'd Stinky go, man? Fucking internet.
I think the sun's speed, its position, its size, and its path is all apparent. It's not actual. You're not looking at a goodness gracious great ball of fire in the sky. The sun on the globe religion actually violates the second law of thermodynamics because you can't have gas pressure without a container. Space is fake. The sun is actually in the firmament, like Will's Bible tells him. But I don't know. I guess Will doesn't want to read his Bible about what the Earth is.
This one coming in from LJ says, Will never provided the 24-hour live as promised. I'll give you a chance to respond, Will.
Sure. This is a falsehood that's being spread around the flat Earth community. Don't believe me, though. Ask Austin Whitsitt, ask Jaron Campanella, ask Lisbeth Acosta. We never said we would be able to do a 24-hour live stream. We weren't even sure we'd be able to live stream. I purchased a very expensive Starlink unit, a maritime unit. It was $5,000. It barely fit in my suitcase to hope that we could live stream at all. So we never promised that, and that unfortunately is a falsehood being spread in the flat Earth community.
This one come. Artorius says, Nathan, how many elementary school? Let's see. This one from Yalda Boath. We're looking for serious questions. They say flat or round is still a Masonic prison. Either of you know what that means? This one from Yalda Boath says, it's the public. They say, Nathan looks like a January 6th hardened criminal. You weren't there.
What the fuck kind of Matrix shithead said that?
Yeah.
January 6th hardened criminal. What exactly is that supposed to mean? These people that actually think that was some kind of an insurrection or whatever are fucking retarded. They're retarded. Do you want to see what an insurrection looks like, baby? You take a look in one of these little banana republics when they have a coup. That's what a fucking insurrection looks like, man. There's dead people, lots of dead people, lots of gunfire, lots of violence. Look at the pictures of the French Revolution. There's no photographs, but there are paintings of it. And they're chopping off people's heads left and fucking right. Eat the rich. That's where that shit comes from. Now, that's an insurrection. When you go up to a Bastille, the prison, and you open the doors and let the fuck everybody go, that's an insurrection. What I saw on January 6th was a self-guided tour through the Capitol building.
Yeah.
There wasn't anybody in there tearing shit up. There wasn't anybody in there stealing a bunch of shit. The worst that happened was a guy went into Nancy Pelosi's office and put his feet up on the desk. Big fucking deal.
Yeah, that's what they do. They label people and they think it diminishes their character. So
Yeah. They can't attack the issue, so they got to go and wait. What would Burn the Corporate Fiction say on here? They promised continuous footage of his son for 24 hours. Yeah, and we didn't see any of that. We saw shit. It's exactly what we saw. But no, this is they don't have anything to refute with, so they have to attack the character. You know, and it's like, are you really attacking the character, or are you just giving your subjective opinion based on ignorance? Basically what I'm seeing. You look like a January 6th guy. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Why? How do I look like an FBI agent? Right? Are you trying to say I look like a Fed? Is that what you're trying to say?
There were you. This one from Burnham says, put this toward, let's see, God, thanks for your kind support. Mr. E-Man says, does Nathan know that flat earth is what is making average people like me feel smart and give intelligent people a good laugh? Oh, I thought the screen was frozen. All right, this one. Kango44 says, prediction, 2 minutes into Will's opening statement, Nathan will just go to his script. This one coming in from, do appreciate it as well. Mr. E-Man says, got that one. They also said, never buy or use the Sun, Moon, Flat Earth Clock app. It is insecure and collects data that can be accessed easily. This one from Heaven Stocking says, stop dodging the 24-hour sun, Nathan. Explain it or game over.
I'll explain it. You guys fucking lied. Okay? There, I explained it. You guys fucking lied. There was no 24-hour sun. Okay? So, next. You're wanting me to reaffirm your goddamn idea that there was actually a 24-hour sun. I'm not on board. I don't believe you at all, based on the fuckery that I saw involved right off the bat. No. And I'm surprised they didn't Kubrick tune. Just go ahead and take care of his ass, man. Dumbass out there ranting around on the ice. Where's the guns, Nathan? Looking like a little fucking effeminate man-child marching around on the ice and shit. Shadows getting all different sizes no matter where he goes and shit. And it's just like, come on, dude. Also, you can have your little, I mean, who would film themselves doing something so fucking childish in the first place? Not to mention not realize that they're fucking up their whole little show. Dumbass.
What the sun does is has no relevance on the shape of the earth. You can test the earth yourself, guys. Large bodies of water do not curve.
I think they're saying, earlier it came up where I think you were saying, hey, flat earth can give an explanation for a 24-hour sun. Like, we can explain that. I think they're saying, give us the how. Like, how does it explain it?
I don't know. I didn't make the sky and haven't seen it yet. So hopefully looking to get down there this year. Once I see it, then I'll worry about explaining it.
It's not your job to clarify the question.
Okay.
That's right.
Gang044 says, Nathan,
Well, he offered to go with me. He wanted to go.
Who, Nathan?
Yeah.
Yeah. We probably get a lot more, get some traction if he goes along with you. You know, I don't know how you feel about it, but you know, he's
Doesn't bother me.
he reaches a pretty big audience, you know. So,
house in your presentation, why do we have lighthouses?
Yeah, we have lighthouses so boats don't collide with the shore, and the lighthouses, even though they're only 150, 200 feet tall, their light can be seen 40 to 50 miles away. There should be substantial amounts of curvature over 40 and 50 miles, making a 150, 200 foot tall lighthouse obstructed. They wouldn't even work on a globe. They only work on a flat earth. Thanks for playing.
So yeah, this is already just into the Q&A, and it's always going to be that Kango guy. I think that guy lives on modern day debate.
Yeah.
Sending in super chats saying stupid shit. Yeah, it's like, so well, I don't know. What do you think? Did final experiment end flat Earth, or did it just separate the wheat from the tares?
Not
That
at all.
didn't end it.
No.
Nah, didn't end it. No. Matter of fact, it's lit a fire under some people. You know.
It ended the illusion that there was a community, that there was a false community going on, and so I'm very thankful that it happened. This is it. That's how reality works in so many ways. Things where the demons try and trick people. It turns out to be a blessing for the righteous, because it ends up showing their hand and revealing their true nature. And those who stand in truth, you can't bend truth. Truth is constant in this reality, and so that will
It's
never
immutable.
change.
Truth
And
is
so,
it's immutable.
yeah, and so the people who are paid off or are compromised in some way, it reveals that clearly through the final experiment. So this is kind of, and we're seeing that, in so many other things, not just the flat earth right now, but, on the world stage through, the things that are going on in our country and everywhere else. There's a great revealing that's transpiring. And, it's just, it's a blessing. It's a blessing to be alive right now and to experience all this, because I really, I have a disdain for being deceived and people who lie. I don't care for that. I'm thirsty for the truth, just like a lot of us who are here. That's our whole quest.
Well,
We have,
just like Thomas Jefferson said, and I'm down with this right here. I declare eternal war against any form of tyranny over the minds of men. And deception is a form of tyranny over men's minds. It really is. And it's usually for a nefarious reason. They might try to justify it and say, well, it's for your own good, but I'll be the judge of what's for my own good, not you. You see, what gives you the authority? That's what pisses me off. I've never had, it's not that I resent authority, I question its existence. That makes sense.
yeah. Well, and it makes sense why they're investing so much effort into this and why it is such a big operation, because space travel and the shape of the Earth is one of the biggest Ponzi schemes there are, for funneling trillions and trillions of dollars into this. It's like, if we aren't going to space, if NASA's fake and SpaceX isn't really shooting rockets up there, then that's a big problem. That all that money, and not only that, but to lie to us about our reality in general. It's like that could cause total collapse of society in many ways if it's not handled properly.
Well, that's what happens when you have people drugged and hypnotized. They all wake up and realize that they're a victim of collective amnesia. Then what? And it's like, when you got to admit, when you do start to wake up, that there are the literal 7 stages of grief that goes along with that. And you experience them all. Anyway, I'm going to have to wrap it up. We're coming up on 4 hours, and I think that's a appropriate amount of time. And I'm looking forward to having some of these muffins with apple filling that I've got in here, along with some ice cream, man. So I'm going to get into that. Chad, you got anything you want to leave the people with?
No, man. I think not really.
So that was really a short debate.
Mind-boggling to.
That was really a short debate. That was out of the whole MDD thing was 2 hours, almost 3 hours long with the Q&A and everything. And that thing only lasted not even maybe an hour and 10 minutes. if that. The whole debate. I mean, and that's the whole thing. Duffy said, well, you know, the thing is on whether I killed the flat earth, on whether I destroyed the flat earth. And well, you never showed how you killed the flat earth. And like it was tried to be explained to you, it doesn't matter about the fucking sky or what you claim to have seen in the sky. We have no measurable convexity. There are mountains of physical proofs that your globe is impossible. And like I said earlier, right from the get-go, you don't have a working model because your cornerstone of it, the sun, as you claim what it to be, is a physical impossibility. It doesn't even make any sense. Everything about your so-called working model right off the bat in the basics defies physical possibility. Gas containment without, or gas pressure without containment, convexing water sticking to the outside of an object and adhering to its shape, balls of gas forming together and becoming heavy on themselves. That's ridiculously stupid too. I mean, got heavy on itself from what? Its own gravity. Something can't be the source of its own fucking pressure. That's dumb. And it's all gaslight shit that's impossible. But if they can get you to believe these impossibilities, well, fuck, they can run anything by you. You know? And that's exactly what they do. That's if you don't know how something works and somebody comes along and claims that they do, and they give you some outlandish bullshit story, and you have no choice but to believe it because, well, you have a choice, but you believe it because your perception of the person that's given it to, that gives that person power. That gives that institution power. And look what they've done. They've got all these people running around like a bunch of retards saying, mass attracts mass. No, it doesn't. Shut up. That's a myth. Stop. Believing in gravity. Believing in lumpy space vacuum with balls of gas in it. I mean, Jesus Christ. When you take it and look at it from a serious level, no. Stop it. Give me my brain back. What are you trying to run that bullshit on me for? You know? Roger, what do you got for everybody? Anything?
Well, I couldn't find the Zetetic map that I was looking for, but McToon's welcome to come over to my channel whenever he's ready to have a discussion. If you're listening out there, dude.
Yeah, I kind of shun his evil presence, you know?
Yeah.
I don't need demons over here, you know?
Yeah.
So I'd give him a timeout to make him, you know, maybe reevaluate his attitude. And he didn't come back, so that's cool.
I guess I got a message for Will Duffy. He is listening. Work on your shtick a little better, buddy. You know, start with a prayer or something, you know. Give us that pastor vibe a little better.
Yeah. Try to live up to your little reputation that you're trying to foster. Ross the Bear, brief.
Yeah. First off, I would think Nathan Thompson did a great job, you know, holding his ground in this debate. You know, he's a great debater, and you know he really goes out there and spreads the flat Earth. You know, he prints out flyers and gives them out to people, and he's really adamant about getting the knowledge out there. And I think he did a great job handling Will Duffy. You know, most other people couldn't keep their cool through this. You know, and he just was just chill as an ice cube. You know, just holding his own. Yeah. And other than that, you know, the good thing is that most people who believe in the globe and, you know, all this other nonsense, they've got all their boosters, and, you know, they believe in all that stuff too. And that could, unfortunately for them, potentially be a eugenics program that, you know, it's like, it's sad to think about, but, you know, it's like the truth will prevail in the end. And,
right. Yeah, it always does. Always does. You can't keep it under wraps forever. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody for coming up on panel. Stinky Cash, I hope you enjoyed your shower. We'll see you next time as well. Everybody that came to see the show tonight, I expected them to actually have more of a debate than that, but Duffy's not really equipped for a debate. He really isn't. I bet he had to really prep for this fucking shit, but either way. He's a grifter. He's a liar. And I don't believe none of that bullshit from the TFE. Not a bit. You know, This was some kind of a stepping stone for something else, and it'll reveal itself in due time. But like I said, I find that verbiage, that identical verbiage between that email and that announcement from the other fella that they're going back to the globe. I mean, the exact same wording. Very, very suspect. But anyways.
I didn't have this beautiful beard forever either.
Oh, I know. I know.
I know you had your picture up there.
Oh, yeah. That one right there is me. That's 1983.
Oh, wow.
Very young man there, Saw. Very young man.
That's my mom. Yeah. I'm standing there with my mom. She's gone now, and I'm all gray. And you didn't always have the beard, huh, Chad?
No. I got lazy after I got out. I was like, I'm never going to do that again.
Well, I barely had to shave at all. I think I had maybe 5 or 6 little hairs that came out down here on the bottom of my chin, and a wisp that came up over the top of my lip. And
I had a little Dirty Sanchez one.
Yeah.
When they did let us do something, but yeah.
Yeah, you weren't allowed to have any, facial hair or nothing. Wow. All right. Well, as we always like to say on here, don't forget the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey, and see your doctor and get rid of him, because he'll probably kill you. And never forget that if you heard the shot, it wasn't meant for you. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. Good night, everybody.
Hey, how all you glow-tards doing? Just wanted to check in from how you were doing when you all learned about me, when you were just little wee little ones, and you were too stupid to question anything, and just wanted to check in to make sure you still believed in me. You still believe in me, right? You better still believe in me, because if you don't, I'm gonna call you names, like you still live in your mama's basement, and you better not breed. That's okay. I know you still believe in me.